Check out the news and examine our views and get through all the hate. It's not about what's left or right. It's about what is wrong and what is right. The fighting over who to blame. Let's talk and share if you
Hi guys, welcome in. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Welcome to Friends with Political Benefits. We have a special panel discussion tonight. Deconstructing Karen. If you guys have not watched that documentary, I would do it right away. Hey, there is my beautiful co-host. Just entered the chat. If you have not watched it, like I said, watch it right away for free. You can also rent it from, Amazon Prime or the Tubi View. For like a couple bucks, but it was excellent. It was eye-opening. I have like so many notes. Hey founder, thank you so much for being here. I saw 6 Foot Pieces also just came in. Thank you so much for founder for sending her my way and recommending her. I'm so glad that she could make it. I'm going to be bringing you guys up to the panel in just a second. Along with our other guests, we have an amazing guest panel for you guys tonight. I mean, incredible. Please share out the live to as many people as you can, but, do it like 5 to 8 at a time, wait a little bit, and then send some more out. I am going to send a few out myself just to let everybody know we're here. Please tap, do all the things. Yes. Hi, Stace.
Hey, drop me down and I'll come back up again because my camera's doing the thing again.
Got it. All right. Let me just send some things out. Some of our panelist guests or panel guests or whatever you want to call them will be a little bit late. Like some people had some stuff to do, so some of them may be coming in and out. I know Free said she'll be here, but she's got stuff to do, so I know she won't be here the whole time. John. I know John is in Caress's live. I saw him. There we go. Send it all out. Okay, guys. So yeah, like I told you, I have so many questions. I watched it twice. I watched it a couple weeks ago. At the urging of Fee Talks Back and her community. I was in there. We were having a conversation, and I was okay, Stace. Just request up when you're ready. Yeah, so we were in there having a conversation, and I was telling them about this book, right, that I've been reading called White Women, right? And it's white women, everything you already know about your own racism and how to do better. And I was talking about like a few things that I saw in there that were really, really stuck with me, really eye-opening, really surprising to myself. Like I was like taken aback, right? And they were like, well, you have to see Deconstructing Karen. And I did not know at the time that Deconstructing Karen was from the two amazing women that wrote this book, Regina Jackson and Syra Rayo. And, imagine my surprise when I turn it on. I'm like, there they are, absolutely brilliant. Everything happens for a reason, all that good stuff. So yeah, I am going to bring the panel up, whoever's here now. And we're going to get this party started. Okay, so we got Founder, we got Peaches. I'm going to invite Stacy up so that she can just click when she's ready. Let's see who else we have in here. Okay, I think that's it for now. I did send the invite out to some of our other panelists. Okay, Stacy, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, awesome. Guys, our producers, mods, if you see DRC, Nichelle, who else do we, KGR, Jess Simone, any of our friends come in, please let me know right away. Free invited a few people I know. And guys, if you were any of the white women that Free invited, please just request up, because I know she said a couple names, but I can't remember them right now. But I want to start, right? I want to start with this. I want you guys to come to this discussion, and I'm talking to you guys in the chat, right? I want you to come to this discussion, especially if you are a white woman, right? Honestly, right? No holding back. There's no right or wrong answers. I just want you, right? Because it doesn't work unless we're honest with ourselves and honest with each other. It doesn't help anything. So, none of us are one of the good ones tonight. There's no such thing as one of the good ones tonight. I want you to just put all that to the side. So the first thing I want you to do is put a 1 in the chat if you are white. Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay, next, I want you to put a 1A in the chat if you are white and racist, and a 1B in the chat if you are white and not racist. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate your honesty. Cindy, I don't quite know what 1AB means. Maybe that you are, but wish you were. I don't know. Or you are and you're working on it. I'm not really sure. But I just want to make sure that we are explaining things correctly, right, and naming things correctly. So my first, I'm going to throw this to Founder, and I want you, Founder, to explain to us why we say we are racist. What does it mean? Why are we saying we are racist? Does that mean that we, throw around the N-word, that we are openly attacking Black people? Like, why is it that we say we are racist, and what's the difference?
So no, it doesn't mean that you're using slurs or being violent or any of that. Actually, it actually means that we're the beneficiaries of the system in which we exist in, and the system is white supremacy, and the mechanism that maintains that is the racial hierarchy. And we are centered in everything in this country as white people. We are centered in the education, the history that we learn, every beauty standard, the way that we're portrayed in the media is very different than other communities. All of these things are part of that system. And I'll land because I don't want to monologue.
No, that was perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So Founder, guys, if you don't know who Founder is, she has been doing some amazing work. She actually runs an organization and a group for white women who are deconstructing, right? So she is actually doing this work day in and day out, and she does it wonderfully. And, you know, she spends so much of her time all over these TikTok streets trying to educate people, especially trying to educate white people. And so she actually knows what she's talking about. And she was one of the first people I thought of when I thought about having this discussion. Thank you. Yes, please follow her. If you guys are not following her, please follow her. And if you are interested, right, in joining her group, just reach out to her. Founder is very responsive. She is, like I said, she spends so much time doing this work, and she would be happy to help you guys. So yeah, I'm glad that we're starting there, and because I feel like it's a way for us to you know, to kind of be honest, right? To be honest and to try to open it up there. Yes, Yari, did you have a question? Do you want to come up and ask? Or you're just saying, yes, you're white and racist? Yari's Puerto Rican, yeah. Oh, saying hi. Okay. I was going to say hi. Hi, darling. Thanks for coming. Okay. So, and 6 Foot Peaches, can you introduce yourself? I know Founder said that you actually did some of these dinners, which I'm so interested in, but can you just introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about yourself for people that don't know you?
Absolutely. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Stacy.
Hi.
Hey, Founder, sweetie. So my name is Peaches. I am in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am a Black woman. I am 65. I have been doing. I teach a class called Unlearning Racism on a university level, as well as through the YWCA nationally. And I have been doing anti-racism and deconstruction work for 5 million years. And and I'm on Founder's board for her organization. And yes, I've been to 3 Deconstructing Karen dinners, and technically 1 lunch, one Deconstructing Karen brunch, one of which was with the ladies that started it, and the other ones were we did spin-offs with, you know, at their behest. When they couldn't travel, and yeah, I think that's about
Okay.
it.
So you said one of the ladies was at Regina or Syra?
Both of them, actually. I was at one with both of them.
Oh, okay. All right. Wow. That's amazing. Yeah. When I like I said, I started reading the book, and I'm like, this is amazing. Like, this is incredible. And then I saw one of the, a clip of one of the Race to Dinner clips, and I'm like, oh, that, you know, and I started looking for it. I'm like, there's got to be a show. There's something. I couldn't find it. I just saw the Race to Dinner website. And then when Fee was like, oh, Deconstructing Karen, and I realized it was the same women, I was like, oh my God. You know what I mean? It was like kismet. I was so excited. And one of the first things that that kind of took me by surprise, or not took me by surprise, but I thought was interesting, was there when they talked about Karen versus Becky, and what they described it is that Karen, right, weaponizes white privilege against Black and brown people, where Becky just participates in it and benefits from white supremacy and white privilege, but she does it without, you know, kind of ignoring the fact that she's benefiting from it. right? Or acknowledging that that's what she's doing, right? She's one of the good ones. It's what we think of, like, oh, we're one of the good ones. And at what point, like, my thought was, at what point does ignorance stop being an excuse for Becky, for the Beckys of the world? You know, like, we're different. They differentiate between the Becky and the Karen, but at what point, you know, does her, like, Becky's ignorance of, like, that's what she's doing or that she's benefiting from it, at what point do we stop making that excuse? And anybody can answer that.
I think we're far past the point of needing to acknowledge it. And the reality is this country's done a great job of convincing us that racism is only its most extreme forms. So like we talked about earlier, slurs and cross-burning and violence, but that's just not the reality. It actually thrives more through complicity, normalcy, and complacency.
Yeah. Yeah. And and that was my feeling too, is like, we're long past making excuses. So the white women who say that they don't see they don't see color, or you know, oh, that racism is over, right? That's something that happened, you know, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, right? 100 years ago. Like, it's different now. That's not, you know, the reality anymore. At a certain point, like, you don't get credit because you're ignorant. You don't get credit for keeping your head stuck in the sand. Like, you know, that was my thought of it. Does anybody else have any thoughts? Hi, Fee. Welcome in. Hey, guys, if you don't know Fee, I mean, I don't know what you're doing with your life, but if you don't know Fee, please follow her. She is amazing. She does amazing lives, and she is the one who asked, you know, who put me onto this this documentary.
Hello there. How are you, Lisa?
Good, good.
Hey, Fee.
Good. Hey, how's it going? I actually got the documentary from Grammy. I think she just came in the room.
Mm-hmm.
But I got it from she and John, watching them all the time, and they would bring it up. And so I do pass it along to especially other white women, but even white men, to ask them to watch it because of the obvious amount of, hey, I'm with you rhetoric that I get on my live. And so it's something I end up having to bring up all the time on a consistent basis, like every single day. I would say my biggest issue though, now that I won't say now because it's always been there, but the biggest issue that I have, besides like just the recognition, are the people who have recognized, say, okay, I'm deconstructing, or as some have told me, I've deconstructed, so they're done.
Isn't a thing. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Right. They've deconstructed. Theirs has an ED on the end. And now they say, well, if I bring up any hard points, they don't want to hear it, and they're ready to go, and they're ready to leave whatever live I join, or they're ready to leave my live because they're an ally and they don't want to hear anything else. And that's like some of what I'm continuing to see.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. They think that, like, I think that's a big misconception, that you can be done, that you can, you know, that you can have an ED at the end of that. There's no such thing as deconstructed. We've been indoctrinated for years, like, I mean, all of our lives, and so have our parents and grandparents who raised us, right? So it's like, it's an infection. It's like we got all these little hooks in us, right? And trying to rip out all those little hooks, there's always like a little piece because they're barbed, right? So there's always those little barbs that you leave behind, even if you can find and extract the hook. And that's how like I visualize it in my mind, because you will you will be surprised, right? Even though we can logically learn, and I'm 50 years old. I'm 50 years old, right? and I'll be walking down the street, right? Because I used to work in Philly, right, knocking on doors and doing data collection and stuff. And I'll be walking, and it'll be like a little bit late at night. Black man coming towards me, right? My first flash in my brain is danger, right? Danger. And even though, it's only a millisecond, and even though my logical brain comes in and like swoops in like a SWAT team and says, no, that's propaganda. That's part of the indoctrination. That's the white supremacist system. It still happens. So that's why there's no such thing as deconstruct it, right? Because those barbs are always there. So we always have to be mindful they're there. Or else it feels like they can like squiggle and grow back in, and keep doing their damage. I kept thinking as I was watching the documentary, because it was about white women, and there has been this thing that I've seen quite often on lives, where they're pretty much saying they gave up on white men. And this is what, the women in the documentary is like, oh, the white men are done, right? They're gone. But white women, we might still have a chance at reaching them and pulling them out of the dark side. And since white women are raising children and raising white men, that's why we're specifically targeting white women. And as the two black women on the panel, three black women on the panel, I keep forgetting that Stacey is there. Sorry, Stacey, I know you're there, hon, but I'm thinking that you're working. I keep thinking you're working, and I forgot you came up. As the three black women on the panel, did we give up on white men? What is your feeling? What are your feelings and your thoughts about that?
I know at my age, I never, I have nothing on which to give up. Like there, at my age, it was, it is number one, it is way fucking practiced. At this point, it's like air. But for me, the generation from which I hail, there was always a clear delineation between us and them. There is a clear delineation. I'm a civil rights baby.
Mm-hmm.
My parents are depression babies. My grandparents were born in the early 1900s. On my mom's side, on my dad's side, in the late 1800s. So I had access growing up to three generations, and that first of the third generations was immediately post Reconstruction. So white men to me have always represented exactly what they represent now, and that is the patriarchy, that is moving goalposts, that is viewing their women as chaste and a need to be protected, but not from them. White men have always represented an inherent danger, an inherent set of exigent circumstances that will never fit me and my community. And white men have always been viewed as opponents. There are very few that are proponents. There are very few that walk alongside me and my people. And white women represented the ringing the alarm of white men. So white women have always represented, my dad experienced the whole Emmett Till. My parents were there for Emmett Till. My parents were there for Medgar Evers. My dad was a Black Panther. So white people have always represented something that I need to be wary of and deal with long-handed spoons with, but also know that there are those who have the potential and the ability to deconstruct that and to address it in an earnest and honest way. And then those are the people with whom I should call family and with whom I should call friend.
Oh, okay. So you didn't miss it, darling. So yeah, you're saying that there was no trust to lose or no faith to lose in white men. Like you never had an inkling that white men could be deconstructed. Like you're like there was nothing to give up on.
Exactly.
Okay.
For me, if we move forward from here, awesome. But in
Mm-hmm.
terms of, like, yeah, there is always a shake your hand, count my fingers mentality.
And what about white women? Like, do you feel like do you see us as like the low hanging fruit and like maybe the best possible target because we are raising the future sons, the future white men of the world.
Yeah, I will tell you something. Lisa, and I mean this from the depths of my soul, I
Mm-hmm.
believe that white women are the most um, overlooked. Obviously, between white men and white women, women are overlooked because of being women. So even as a black woman, people can quote unquote look past my blackness. Men can never look past me being a woman. Men, period. The patriarchy is that demonstrable. It is that abhorrent that my femininity is a weapon they do not understand and they view as a weapon. So for you all as white women, that is emphatically there for you as well. So I think that white women are our first line of defense against the patriarchy. It will require you all have to be part of the revolution because you are, after all, women, which means you can tap into things that they just do not have in any way, shape, or form. The access to compassion that you all have, the access to utilizing your left and right brain, the access to looking past and looking beyond fuckery and foolery for fact, not always being on a fault finding mission, but a fact finding mission. White women have that. So you all are absolutely my partner in crime.
Yeah, I always say one of the things that white women do best is telling everybody our opinions, giving everybody our and thinking everybody wants to know our opinions, right? And so
Again, that's a
yeah, it
woman
makes us
thing.
good bullhorns.
And again, Lisa, that's a woman thing, but
Mm-hmm.
white women, you all have been raised and coddled into thinking that you can and should avail your opinion. That's the thing that founder was talking about. So the best part about that is you all have been raised to be opinionated. And that's a good thing. As a black woman, if I assert my opinion, I'm an angry black woman.
Yes.
If I give my opinion, it's DEIA. If I give my opinion, it's uneducated or undereducated. So for you all, hell yeah, that's one of your superpowers.
Well, it's nice to know that we have some kind of superpower that can be useful. Um, uh, Fee, Free, Stacy, any thoughts?
I'll go last since I'm a
Yep,
co-host.
sure.
Go ahead, Fee, with no R. I'm still thinking. I'm still thinking.
Go
I'll
ahead.
let Free go.
All right, and we'll come back to you. Go ahead, Free.
Um,
Welcome to the panel, darling.
yeah, it's a little bit tricky for me because I grew up in predominantly white areas. Um, and when I was in black areas, I didn't understand my proximity or my power um, because I didn't understand it. I just, at 7, 8, shit, 12, you don't understand it. So for me, the issue is that for a short period, that programming of coddling, I don't hold back. The white woman spirit,
Mm-hmm.
I played a role in that, and I didn't know, but I did play a role in it. And the benefit of the doubt. This is how I did my deprogramming. It wasn't that I didn't give black women benefit of the doubt. And I think this is maybe something society should be looking at. It's not necessarily that everybody doesn't give Black women benefit of the doubt. It's just the benefit of the doubt for the white woman is just so far down the football line, no one can compete with it.
Mm.
That's where I was, because I knew. Okay, thank you. Because I knew Black women are credible. I knew Black women are this, all these good things, and I didn't necessarily identify myself as a Black woman because I was a child. I identified myself as a child at that time. I did understand concepts of race, but I put myself as a child first because I was a child. I didn't understand all this deep, complex shit. But people have to understand that, and this is the deprogramming of Black people to a certain degree of how we fall into it and end up as enabling the Karen. We enable the Karen by giving so much grace, so much grace, so much grace. And I felt this mostly in my career where I saw a lot of it where, man, I was working at USAID and there was this girl I worked with. I mean, I'd only been on the job for maybe a month. And there was this girl I was working with and she was not in a good mental place. And she would throw stuff and start yelling. And we had open cubicles, so you hear her all the way across the floor. It's a white girl. And she always got to keep her job. And she never got written up. And she got praised and coddled. And then it happened again at USAID, where USAID was doing cutbacks in the first Trump administration. And I was asked to train somebody so we'd have two admins as all these apartments kind of consolidated. I was like, okay, that makes sense. You got three apartments consolidating. You may need somebody to do some of this program management and admin work. You may need two of us. But that's not what they did. They had me train her and not tell me so she could replace me. And when I asked them, oh, look, I'm not stupid, because I started noticing I got pushed out of meetings. I said, I'm not stupid. So why am I getting let go? And I don't know if it was a Freudian slip or because they thought they would be comfortable with me and I was that type of nigga, but I wasn't. She said to me, well, she's like my daughter. And she's so young and she's like my daughter. And I can't see putting her out of career so soon. It's not always about removing the benefit of the doubt from the Black woman. It's just that the idolization and the exceptionalism is so potent and so far down the field. It's not necessarily always that something's removed from us. It's just that when you have a forest fire, an amber isn't really going to matter. You rather pay attention to the forest fire. And I feel also in my history that once I came of age, I'll put it that way, because that's when I started noticing this shit, is that white women always have to be the forest fire that everyone has to give attention to. And any other attention to that is just not significant. It's not important. The amber isn't that important when you have a whole forest on fire. So let's just keep our eyes on the fire, because that should be where we should be all gathering around. And that's how I consolidated. Like, that's how I did my deprogramming.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I stopped looking at white women as, I guess you could say, the only ones with benefit of the doubt, but just someone who has so much benefit of the doubt, they're impenetrable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does.
100%.
It does. 1,000%. Fee, are you ready?
Sure.
Okay.
I think I would say one of the biggest things is, as a woman, kind of like what Peaches was talking about, that we understand that white women don't have the seat at the table that they believe that they have. And
Mm.
this thing of constantly believing that when they are putting their white men first, or looking out for their white men, that they are somehow going to gain something from that, especially because that's their husbands or their sons. And then they keep getting left behind each and every time. White women gain when black women gain. And the reason is because they're put before us. So if there's an exception that's made for us, if there's a new law that's made for us, if there's some new rule that's made for us, if there's a new system, whatever it is that's made for us, they're going to be put at the beginning of the line. But what they don't do is reach backwards. They look forward, they look out for their other white women, and they again start to look out for white men who keep stepping on them. So I
Wow.
just wish that white women would understand that they're better off working with us than their men. Their men don't even want them to vote anymore. At this point, their men only want them to be quiet and make babies. Their men want them to shut up and let them sleep with their children to have those babies. Whatever it takes, their men want them to go to church and just, pretend that church is doing well while the pastors touch on their sons, like all this stuff to just overlook and just say, just pray about it. So it's, I don't know what to say a lot of the time to white women who do believe that they are the center. And I will agree there's a lot of harm that's caused if white women don't feel comfort, then they definitely will come after us. But they just don't see that their growth is in the black women's growth, unfortunately, because we're last on that food line.
So well said. Well, I mean, it's so true that we don't have the seat at the table that we believe we have. We have deluded ourselves, right? And white men have pacified us and manipulated us to believe we got more power than we have. And we see our power in our proximity to our men, right? We are Mrs. Michael, Johnson or whatever, right? We lose our identity and then we start seeing ourselves through whatever the success of our men. And that's the way our men want it to be, right? Because then they can control us. But yeah, wow.
Hey, Lisa,
So yeah,
maybe say this. White women have a serving position at the table
serving.
because, yes, because if someone's drink is dry, you're the one that's supposed to be getting up to go get it. If a dish is out, you need to go get it. You're there for passing by, but don't forget your position. And I feel like maybe there was a mistake on white women's part that you thought that you were going to sit there. And here, play this out. You're sitting at the table with all these powerful men as a white woman. Someone's cup is empty, someone's plate is done, maybe they finished eating dinner. You're going to get up, go get it, because that's what they're going to expect you to do, and then you're going to miss out. They're not going to stop the conversation for you. They're going to continue the conversation without you because you're not that significant and you're not equal to them. So you're going to miss, you just keep hurting yourself today. You're going to miss the important information. And then all of a sudden you come back and like, where are we going? Oh, we're past that already. And you missed out because you went and did what they expected you to do. Go serve it. Now, here's the fallacy of this in the white woman's head. Let's take it a step further. White woman is sitting there because she looks out for herself. She goes to the black woman and asks her to go get it instead.
Damn.
That's where I need your head to be. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, 100%.
And you want to know how I did this? Because so many people racially identified me. So many times I got to sit in a room like the fly on the wall and just watch it all go down. I was like, and she just told that black woman to go get that shit. Oh my God. You think that you're staying there and passing that burden. Okay, yeah, it is burden to the black woman to do for you, that it's going to put you closer proximity to the male. He's still going to see you as a servant. As soon as that Black woman is gone, you better get up and go do it. And we're going to continue the conversation without you. And we're going to make peace deals without you. We're going to pass legislation without you. You're here for representation, but not really.
So in a
Just
way,
know your place.
white women, we pacify ourselves by performing power. Right, it's not
Performing
real
power.
power. Yeah, it's we're performing power. Like, oh, look at us. Yeah, we can also turn. You know, we can get somebody to do something for us, right, and perform power to make ourselves feel better, and like with some belief that our men are going to see that and say, oh, okay, now I see her value, right? Yeah, wow. Stacy.
Well,
Mm-hmm. Decoration. Oh my God. Peaches just said you're in the comments. You're there for decoration, not demonstration.
Exactly. And that's why you carry yourself in a certain way too. Because if you go out of line, I mean, this is for a lot of women, period, regardless of ethnicity, but especially white women, this is why you're capped. This is why you don't push and you don't speak up, because you're capped and you know your decoration. The difference is that other people know that they've been decoration and they don't want to be it anymore. But white women, you have this cap put on you that prevents you from taking that courage to say, you know what, that fool don't know who I'm voting for. I'm gonna go ahead and vote for Kamala Harris anyways. I'm gonna just lie to his face. You've been neutered.
impotent.
You've been neutered, and you don't know it. So you're just following the motions that you were told to do, not realizing that you put the cap on. You're allowing the cap to stay on yourself because you don't have the courage to still bite.
Because you believe the proximity fallacy too.
Exactly. So when you say your decoration, you don't know that you're decoration. You've been neutered. You've been neutered. That's why you can't break your glass ceiling, and that's why everybody else is breaking the glass ceilings more than you are, because they took the cap off.
Yeah, we didn't.
I'm sorry.
We didn't have.
No, you're
Don't
fine.
ever
That's
apologize for
mm-mm.
dropping bars like that, Free. So I think it's appropriate that I go after Fee, because when you spoke of the white woman being asked by her husband to jump up and get the thing, but she'd ask the black woman there to do it, but she didn't have to. I grew up in an environment where I was always the only Black person, constantly seeking validation that I was one of the good ones. A lot of family that were very, my grandmother would say, get my people off that television, because she didn't like the way we were characterized and it embarrassed her, and get that head together and go get that press and curl and be a certain way, because you have to, that's what you have to do to survive as a woman who was born in 1920 something. And so because I have constantly sought the acceptance of white people at that dinner party, I probably would have offered to go get it for her so she could stay with her family and her be amongst the good white folks. No, I'll get it. Sit. Because now I am actively demonstrating I'm different, I'm worthy, I'm acceptable, because I had no other home in my mind, because the Black folks weren't really for me either. Even though I have two Black parents, like I'm not biracial, I wasn't straddling that line. So my journey in Reconstruction is still early. I was not that long ago, several years now, but it's not that long, and it's still very much present in my life and in my psyche. I was engaged to a white man. Was with him we were together for 11 years, together for probably closer to 12 or 13. And there were so many things about that white man that were contrary to my intellect and my psyche and my spirit. But I was on a parallel journey of wanting white acceptance and having something to prove. So this whole deconstructing Karen thing is I don't want to say it's a unique experience for me. I just think I'm seeing it through a very interesting lens that I'm just now really starting to understand, and it's starting to come into focus. Because my family didn't talk about these things. Never would we have. Only thing I would I would overhear my dad telling the good white man, I can't stand it when black people think everything that bad that happens to them is racist. That and my grandmother and all of the things. I just recently realized, oh my God, I've been the token my whole life. And actively sought it. I thought it was valor in that because I hadn't assigned that word to it yet. So as the veil is lifting and my head is clearing and I gain focus, there's still so much I'm figuring out just about me and how I've kind of been programmed and how I'm wired and figuring it all out. But this aspect of it with the white women, yeah. So are we done with white men? Yeah, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. But I fight, like Lisa, you said, when you would see a black man walking towards you, for a second in your mind, you thought danger.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes when I see a white man, I think safe, because that's what they have been upheld to be, if not overtly. Like no one in my family was like, go get you a good white man. And right.
Knight in shining armor, right? Right.
Just,
All the Disney, right? The Disney.
No, just the because none of the white men in my life know about the trauma that I've experienced with black men, which is a whole other thing that I'm unpacking, because I had to I started catching myself like in a sea full of faces. Why am I going to that white man that looks a certain way? Like he's cute. I'm like, yeah, but brother over there is fine too, but it was not my default in in mixed company. It's my own trauma I got to figure out. But yeah, it's a journey. It's like we said, there's no ED. Like you said, that's perfectly, Lisa. There's no ED at the end of that sentence. So
Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Stacy. Founder, as somebody, and Peaches, as somebody, as you know, as women who do this work and have talked to white people, and I'm sure white people seek you out to ask you questions and stuff. What is a white man's place in all of this? If we should just give up on them, right? And if white women are the low hanging fruit, and I mean, I get that eventually if we can get enough white women to deconstruct, and if white women are raising the future white men, like things will change that way. But like what do we do with the white men who actively come to us, right, and say, I want to change, teach me how? Is there a place for them, or do we just got to say, y'all are just
No,
stay
no,
over
no.
there?
No. We're going to talk military strategy now. Nope, no. There is a place for them
Mhm.
because when, and this is how sick and twisted this is. I'm going to flip everything we've ever been taught upside down. When, Aria, hurry up and wash your hands, please. When we were in the W with Afghanistan, when it first started, um, they were teaching people Arabic left and right, left and right. And there was one group of people that the US government was not teaching Arabic. That was women. That was women. Because they felt that we would never be able to have conversations with these specific people. This is part of that discriminatory statement that you hear about Kamala Harris about how she could never work with these countries that do this and this and this.
Because they wouldn't
Well, that
respect
was,
them. Mhm.
yeah, that's partially false. That's partially false on another level. Let me tell you how. When women who are in an environment that has taken their voice, they gossip. They go to the salon, they go to their friend's house, they have tea together. Intelligence is passed there. And it was never tapped into until I think maybe 2010 or 11. It wasn't tapped into. All those conversations were missed. All those conversations were missed. Where if you educated and mobilized, it's okay, I'll fix it. I can fix it. No, that didn't break. Mobilized women, they were never on, relaxed. Educate these women to speak Arabic, and you put them in a burqa or you put them in those environments. Imagine the pieces of the puzzles that you would have together that you would be missing. That wasn't thought about. So what you're going to do, I need you to relax. You had too much sugar. Oh, you can handle that. I'm sorry. Imagine white men being watched a movie, spook at the door. They're in the rooms. You need them to infiltrate. You're not going to be able to do it right away, sis. A white man has to go in that room and get that done. He has to be able to want to step in those places that no one's thinking of, just like we do with T entities, just like we do with the white T entities in this country. They're just soft power or soft intel from being men in those spaces. How are you going to get the good intel you need to know how to stay 16 steps ahead of a white man when he's not going to let you in the room? You're going to send a white man in there to get all the information you want, and then you're going to strategize from that, okay? No, we need white men. We need them.
So yeah, so I founder, what are what are your thoughts on that? Like what
So
is our white men's place in all of this, and like what can we do, like what can we do as white women to bring them in, and do we trust them, right? If we gave up on them, like it's like, yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what their place is in all this.
I'm going to be completely, I'm never going to turn anyone away. That's why it went from WWRA to Voices Unbound, to be inclusive, because there were white men approaching myself or other members of the group or Peaches and wanting to be involved. Now, the reality that I understand is we are more likely to get more white women on board. That doesn't mean that there aren't white men that will join the conversation and be part of the change. So I'm never going to turn anyone away. The one challenge that we have, though, as white women, is understanding that they are going to let us down quite often, and that's just the reality. And I've experienced that already within doing this work. And I say that to say this: we need to remember that we're still dealing with misogyny and patriarchy as well. So when we're dealing with white men in these spaces, we also have to navigate that. And that is the challenge. And I do see it. And Peaches, I would love to hear your thoughts as well. With us building community, I'm seeing more likelihood of building actual genuine community with other white women, overwhelmingly than men. That's what my experience has been. If Peaches has a different thought on that, I'd love to hear it, but that's just been my experience thus far.
Yeah, I absolutely, I would agree that a lot more white women, but again, it's a capacity thing. It's how we're socialized. White women are socialized. Women in general are socialized. Obviously, we are socialized to be the more understanding and the more forgiving. Even with, unfortunately, with how white women are socialized, it is seemingly be forgiving and seemingly, everything is in air quotes. It's not in actuality, but white women step up a lot more to the call of deconstruction than white men, because you all have to understand that the first thing white men have to deconstruct from is the patriarchy. They are not willing to do that. That is everything they know. It is everything from which they benefit. It is everything that makes them white men. They just, I mean, that's all. Like they asking a white man to give up. This is my favorite part. Asking a white man to give up what he perceives, and Founder will tell you, I often say, the only thing worse than power, you all, is perceived power. Because people who perceive that they have power will do anything to keep that pseudo power they believe they have when they don't have none of it. And that is what these intermediary, in between the patriarchy white men are, the husbands and the blue collar workers and the white collar workers who think they're above the blue collar workers. It is all of the classism mixed in and the hierarchical mindset that is mixed in with the socialization of people in this country, but white people in particular. White men find it more difficult. And then the other part, Founder, that you are being way too humble to address is the fact that y'all will compete for the level of deconstruction. And I don't understand that. Help me understand shitting on the next person trying to deconstruct, or mad that, like, what I've witnessed is, especially in this parasocial relationships that we have out here on TikTok, is y'all really think these TikTok streets is real? Like, y'all really are measuring and having pissing contests with other white people on deconstructing. And I excuse my language, Lisa, but motherfucker, that's the problem right damn there. That's the patriarchy. And that's racism right there. The fact that you want to be better non-white white people. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, are y'all, I include myself in that. I don't understand where you all think that someone like Founder, and I'm sorry for throwing you into this, but like Founder, using Founder as an example. Founder's been doing this, a quarter of a century or more, has been deconstructing. Let's say, Lisa, you've been doing it for 6 months. Mm-hmm. The person who's been doing it 6 months is mad at Founder for doing it 26 years. And then the person who's 6 months wants to buck up it. And this is the way I tell folk that I encounter. Would you rather have the kindergartner teach you? Like, if you're going to law school, do I want a kindergartner to teach me? Or do I want the professor to teach me? So I teach aphorisms to I raised my children and my grandchildren with aphorisms, and one of the very first ones that I gave my children is: a smart man learns from his mistakes, but a wise man learns from someone else's. Mm-hmm. So why would you not want the wisdom of someone else's experience to avoid the pitfalls and the problems that you might have, instead of just being jealous and envious? Like, how do you not understand that is still the patriarchy, and racism at work in you actively, that you would befall the next person on their journey because your journey looks different. So most definitely that is very much a white woman thing. It is a very, we're socialized to be catty as shit. You out here talking about Lisa and I'm over here talking about Free, and why? Like, what are you accomplishing? Also, lest we forget, ain't none of us ever met in person. Like you hating on a complete motherfucking stranger, and you don't see that as still the racist ideologies and the patriarchy at active work. And you are falling in line white women. And then you are berating other white people because they aren't moving at your pace. What are we doing? You are making that turns people away. And white men are quick to use that as an excuse. Lisa and Founder, to Founder's point. White men are not going to stick around for any nonsense. And as soon as their feathers are ruffled, or as soon as they are challenged in the wrong way by the wrong white woman, they're out. They don't have the constitution that y'all have. But I'll get off my
No, that was brilliant. Thank you.
That's just
And
a pause. All of it's just a pause.
Yeah, I feel like, so I've dealt, I'm guilty of that 100% of not having the patience, and seeing so much as performative and being frustrated. And I feel like a lot of that is my own stuff, my own ish, if you will, of like frustration with myself for not seeing certain things sooner or not doing better sooner. Like it's like I'm talking to myself, right? We all have those internal hangups. And so I feel like that's what a lot of it is, right? We can't like rage at ourselves, because we do that, normally every day. We're constantly, as human beings, we're just, constantly criticizing ourselves. But it's like a way for us to take those frustrations out on our own failures and our own, I don't know, slow on the giddy up, right? And we can blame it on somebody else, project that anger, that frustration onto somebody else, and make ourselves feel better and pacify ourselves a little bit, as white women, right? And so I feel like that, at least that's my personal experience. I'm a little bit different, right? So I'm a little bit different in that just my life experiences, to me, Black women are safety. Black women are what's safe, and white people are dangerous. Like that's how it's just been to me. And that's just, it's, I'm not going to get into it and center myself, but, and Stacy has helped me a lot with, like, you can't just, like, she said to me one time, and she actually yelled it at me. She was like, you being totally, putting every single white person and saying that they're dangerous, just by looking at them, and saying you don't know if you can trust them, just by looking at them, is the same thing that white people have done to Black people throughout history, right? It's the same thing. That you are, just judging a book by its cover. And so it makes me feel unsafe around you, because you can be like that. Because my thought is, if you can be like that against white people, then you can be like that against any group of people, because you're stereotyping, and you're putting all white people in one basket. Go ahead, Founder.
I just wanted to agree with you, because honestly, the reason I started Voices Unbound is I had to be honest with myself and say, what are you avoiding for comfort? And it was community with other white people.
Yes.
And like that is
Yes.
literally the reason that I did this. And that's why it's so hypocritical of us to not be honest, because if that's our feelings as fellow white people, then how is it that we don't understand why other communities have those feelings?
Right.
And I'm saying as a collective, And that's the hypocrisy of us.
Yes.
It's insane.
It is. It is. And it's like we have this system of white supremacy and racism, patriarchy, misogyny, all these, different indoctrinations that we have. Like it's like a cult, right? And we're all deconstructing from all these different things. And then we all have our personal experiences, right? And that also comes to play in it. And yeah, we're a mess. We're a mess. But I think that the first line of defense against all of it is just to be honest with yourself and to be honest with others. Free.
I just want to swing it back a little bit, but I want to come right back to where this landed at. The other reason why we can't let white men out of push them out is two reasons. One, then we would be violating our own rules of inclusivity. So let's not become the hypocrite. And two, none of us will know what it is like to be a white man. So if we don't utilize white men in this battle against patriotism or patriotism, I was on a patriotism trip for like 4 days with people. So patriarchy, we won't speak the language that they need to hear. A white male is going to know how to reach a white male faster than what we ever could because they've walked the same shoes. So they know whatever pressures, whatever stigmas, yada. I don't know. I'm not one, so I'm just saying whatever it is that make my white men do what white men do in all of its capacity. It would take us much longer to understand that than it would take for a white man who is willing to listen and become that accomplice to reach another white man. And this is about efficiency because we've already lost a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
So do we really want to sit down and start training a whole bunch of women on how to speak to white men when we have white men who are willing to do the job and can speak to white men because they already relate to them? I don't think I just don't, that's just not efficient. And then I refuse. And as many of these panels in which I've had people totally berate my existence or berate my child's existence because I'm not with another Black person or whatever, I refuse. I refuse. Sorry, somebody can in the door. I refuse to then become a hypocrite of inclusivity. That's all.
Yeah. That like our conversation. So just to land the plane there. So the documentary says, pretty much white women are the low hanging fruit. That's why we're going after white women, right? We're trying to get, recruit white women, help them deconstruct because they are our best partners. So for white men, is it that we just wait for them to come to us to say, hey, I also want, I want to be, help me, right? Or I am deconstructing, or what do I do? Is that what we're doing? We're waiting for us to come, for white men to come to us?
I still have the conversations every single day. I plant the seed, but I can't, like that term, you can't, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. That's what I'm experiencing 9 times out of 10 with white men. White women are more inquisitive and want to ask questions and learn more. That's just been my experience. But again, we have Peaches. Is it like 5 or 6 white men that are in the group now? I think it's like 6.
6, yep.
Yeah. So out of the 80 people, there's 6 white men. So that just shows you like the difference in those that really want to join and ask questions. But that doesn't mean stop having the conversations. Not by a long shot.
Okay. And it leads me to another question, which I kept having while I was watching the documentary. They say and when I say they, I mean Syra and Gina would say white supremacy and patriarchy or racism and misogyny, like it was like two rails on the same train track. What is the intersection, right, of like what relationship do they have? White supremacy and patriarchy, or misogyny and racism. And Stacey, I think you wanted to weigh in too. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, keep going.
Okay, so yeah, what are the connections? Like, why did they use them like almost interchangeably?
Because they are identical twins. they are Siamese. What is it? What are those? They are conjoined. They used to call them Siamese twins, which is an insult in and of itself, but a slur in and of itself. They are literally, one cannot exist without the other. So the patriarchy is what birthed the concept of white supremacy. There is no such thing as white supremacy. It is just as much of a presumption. That's another thing that I always say. Before there is white privilege, there is white presumption. So the patriarchy is what has birthed the concept of white supremacy. It was classism. It was white men trying to outdo white men, trying to out hoard, collect more, have more, out explore, outdo. It was that sense of insecurity that is the narcissistic birthplace of the patriarchy and racism, and therefore the concept of white supremacy. So for Gomez, Inez de Zurara, and for a group of white European religious folk and quote unquote explorers and quote unquote royalty, when they traveled to Africa and saw the difference between them as these small little waifish little white men and these huge black men and women who were, of darker complexion and built differently than they saw them as beasts of burden, as potential beasts of burden. And in order to make that work, in order for that to track, you have to find a way to make them inferior. And so that was the immediate. So upon the concept of the social construct of race being invented, that is what created this need for superiority. It is always, just know that first, the entire social construct of race, the entire social construct of white supremacy are all birthed from narcissism, all birthed from extreme insecurity and a need to find a way to punch down, to lift oneself up. Every time we hear on all of these different panels, white men like, well, we conquered this. You think that's a good thing? You think that violence and overthrowing and overtaking and doing things by force in present day is still a feather in your proverbial cap, when it should be an antiquated thought of tribalism and exploration and expansion that no longer exists. But we still have that mindset, and that is the root of that intersectionality, Lisa, about which you asked. It is literally the need to try and continue to maintain that construct of superiority and supremacy that means that white men are in everybody else's business. Colonialism and neocolonialism and imperialism still exist. We are still dipping into other countries and exerting our power because they have goods and services and means that we do not have, and white men are too lazy to create their own, so they just take. Because the concept is, I am superior, therefore I must have the right. And it is not that you're superior, it's that you are bringing pew-pews to pokey fights, and that is not superiority. That's being out pew-pewed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right, yeah.
We want to make that be superiority. We want to say that because we have the mightiest military, that makes us the strongest. But if you think about it, in your home, the home with the most security system is no less secure than the house with no security system. It is not. The security system can only alert you to a person. The security system does not keep you secure. And it is those, Jedi mind tricks that we have going on that make people think that white supremacy is different from racism. is different from the patriarchy. They are all the same animal. They are like the Hydra. They just are one animal with a bunch of different ugly ass heads, but they all beat from the same heart. Or lack thereof, heart, that is.
So you're saying that the patriarchy came first, and then the patriarchy created white supremacy.
Absolutely. And the patriarchy was in place because if you think about religion, how we've put forth like the Roman Catholic Church and the Catholic Church, and we've put forth everyone, hey Jessica Simone, every one of the Christian faiths has men as the center, as men as the men are the head. But what's so funny is by hook or by crook, their own thing. If you look actually in like the Greek, the Hebrew, the Aramaic, if you look at the religious languages, literally the same word for woman is neck. So I don't know what man has ever tried to turn his head without the power of their neck, but women, our word is the same word as influence. So that's why I think that white women, if you all knew the power you had and you actually deconstructed and used it properly, that's when we would help. Like you all would help. We would see help in the revolution. To be honest with you, we would see the dismantling of the patriarchy because it's going to take. As I think that was Free that said that, I wasn't looking at my phone, but so brilliantly said, it sounded like her voice. So brilliantly said, like, how can we exclude white men from this process? That doesn't make any sense. That's like saying, well, I want to breathe, but I don't want to use my mouth or my nose. Like, it's just not gonna, or my diaphragm or my lungs. Like, I want to figure this thing out without the actual things that I need to breathe. So yeah, but the patriarchy came first. The patriarchy is what upholds racism. It's what keeps racism in place. It's what perpetuates white supremacy. It's what perpetuates the divide and conquer and the manifest destiny and all the BS that you hear about. That is all rooted in the patriarchy.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I've been trying to figure it out. Like it was almost like a chicken egg type of thing. And I thought about it more of, like stemming just from, a need for power. Right. And then these are the different tools, but it makes more sense because, Stacy had, always said it stems from religion, right? Like the first tool that men used against other men was like religion. It's like God's going to get you if you don't do XYZ. And then especially with women, right? Women are supposed to be submissive in every religion, just about every religion, right? Women are supposed to be submissive and subservient to men, and men are the heads of the faithful family or whatever. So yeah, okay. No, that makes a lot of sense. Go ahead, Stacey.
No, I was just, when you were speaking, Peaches, about the insecurity, the narcissism, it made me think back to the projecting. It made me think back to the point in the conversation where we were saying that white women will reject other white women for not doing it right and won't learn from their experiences, just like white women specifically and white men will reject Black people's experiences. They are just the authority on everything. And I agree that it is born out of a deep sense of insecurity. I think projection is protection, is self-protection.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Jess Simone, to the panel. So glad you could be here. Darling, I know you were busy today, so I'm so glad that you could make it.
Yes, I just got done. I was like, I wonder if I still got time to catch the panel. Hello, everybody.
Yes.
How are y'all doing? Welcome in. Yeah, they're the authority of everything, and it's been programmed from the beginning. I think it's just, I don't know if everybody watched on Deconstructing Karen. But like she
Posted
said,
LinkedIn. Mm-hmm.
y'all have white women have the power to take it back. But one thing that I've heard is black men want to dismantle white supremacy but uphold the patriarchy, and white women want to dismantle the patriarchy but hold up supremacy. But you guys have the power to take it back. They don't have to be the authority, but I get it's a lot in the programming, propaganda, in all areas of life, though.
I'm sorry I have it taken in because TikTok didn't give me the coins I paid for. It's okay.
No, I feel bad because I usually gift, but they
That's
didn't give me
okay.
my
No,
coins.
we're just happy to have
We're
we're just
happy to
happy to
have you
have you
here.
here. Please don't even worry about it. Yeah, so and guys, just so you know, if you didn't catch it, I didn't, and I was so upset about it, but Jess did not one but two panels, like a part one, part two on Deconstructing Karen. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
missed it. I was so
yes.
sick. Man, I've been fighting this daggone upper respiratory infection. I'm so over it.
So,
And I saw her and I was like, oh my gosh, she's doing decurrent, but I'm going to go to
yeah,
sleep
I
now. I
know.
was hard.
Both times I was the first time I was working, the second time we had a candidate interview, and so I missed both. But yeah, I was so excited to have her here today to give us, like, after two lives, I'm sure she's got a lot of insights on what people were saying about, like what came out of her lives. But that what she just, like what you just said about white women wanting to deconstruct the patriarchy but not white supremacy, and black men wanting to deconstruct white supremacy but not the patriarchy, like like it's like, seems it's in one hand it seems so obvious, like, oh, obviously, like, we want to uphold the thing that's giving us like a boost up in the world, in society, like giving us a higher status. But at the same time, it's like I think I'm like, really, this is something that I have been super frustrated with, and I keep saying this is why we can't have nice things, because we have all these people that they have attributed their value in being a man or being white, right? Being wealthy or whatever it is, and it's all in this. I think Peaches was talking about it, needing to punch down to lift oneself up. So like, white, like I say, the white man participation trophy, which is my shorthand for them wanting this fake status, right? This fake status that makes them feel better than. And Stacy and I had a conversation about it, and the conclusion I came to is that, like, everybody needs therapy, like intensive therapy, because, like, if that's all you got, that's what we can't, this is the world we're living in, and this is the shit that we're dealing with day in and day out, because you have tied your value to some fake status, man or white. And it's super, super frustrating. And I don't see us being able to overcome that part specifically until we, like, normalize therapy, like from a young age, and just like fix people. But yeah, I wanted to get the panel's thought on that. Like, I mean, how do we deal with that? How do we deal with so many people, of this fake status? Like, it's a fake status. It's not real. But it's it's the ways in which politicians have been able to divide us and to get us to vote against our own best interest, like this kind of stuff, just stupid shit, like really, really something that is so insignificant, right? Go ahead, founder.
To your point, especially when we talk about white women, and I hope that you'll share your thoughts on this too. In my experience, there is a large majority of us that will stay in terrible, unhappy marriages to uphold an image of perfection.
Yes.
Also rooted in a church. Also rooted in church.
Exactly.
I'll go quiet.
Absolutely. So that's, or also for the benefit that comes with waiting it out. I've actually had family members tell me that they're just waiting for their husband to unalive. How like that thought process alone is just crazy to me, because I'm not,
Desperate.
yeah. And I'm thankful that I recognize that, because that could never be my life. But the fact that it is so prevalent in our community speaks volumes. And I just wanted to point that out.
Yes, Jess.
Well, first I want to say I ain't never, never say never. I don't ever want to wait on a man to unalive so that I can be free again.
Yeah, that's sad.
But I also want to just to even add to when I had some, Wednesdays, I would have like deconstructing. What does deconstructing look like to you? And to add to what Founder said, they have to keep up an image. I can't talk about daddy sneaking in my room, beating my mom, the abuse, the neglect, because we have to keep up this image. And I guess they're groomed, like you said, also too in the religion free from the beginning, that is the most important, is how we look to other people, opposed to actually having either freedom of the mind, the body, the soul, actual joy, just living in toxicity, anger, and despair.
Yes, Jess, that part. Because when Founder was speaking about it, I was like, it's a desperate feeling. And I think it's tied to what you just said. The feeling of despair and anger. It's like, well, I don't know what else to do, so I guess I'm just gonna have to wait for him to kick the bucket so I can be free again.
That's so sad. It's so sad that we it's and right, this all stems from patriarchy. It all stems from white supremacy. These boxes that society has put us in, or made us put ourselves in, and to keep us under control. That we care so much about perception, we care so much about status, and a divorced woman, right, is pitied. A divorced woman is like, oh, that poor soul, right? Like, it's like, I mean, it might as well be the end of our lives, right? Once we get divorced and we don't have any man to attach status. Yes, used, right? All the things. And that was intentional, right? That all that is patriarchy, misogyny. That is intentional to keep us where they can control us. And if it's so strong, me too, Jess, me too, right? I have been happily divorced for like 19 years now. Happily divorced for 19
When
years.
I was divorced, I cried for a good 3 days, and my cousin, hold on one second. Okay. My cousin came up to me and she said, "You have been sitting on my couch crying for 3 days. You're not depressed, I don't think, because you're getting up and doing stuff." I said, "No, I'm celebrating the happiest moment of my life. I am so happy."
I was
So, yeah.
I was too. Peaches, I saw you wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got divorced after almost 30 months. 30 months. Oh my God. I wish it was just that. I wish I had enough sense. It was 30 years. And I celebrated. I got, I partied, and I immediately told myself I was entering thought mode, and I was funny streets from that point forward. But I have since decided to, I since decided to calm that down, but because I'm too damn old and it wasn't a good look. But that notwithstanding, everything that you all are talking about is actually, it's not like, oh, it's not despair, believe it or not, you all. It is absolute control. It is absolute desensitization. And it is absolute, like, this is the psychologist in me putting that hat on. It is absolutely a different form of deconstructing. And that is one's personhood and one's autonomy and one's agency of self. And that is the first thing that the patriarchy works against, because as a white woman, they have to have the perception, like what we were talking about earlier, Lisa, with you all having an opinion. You have an opinion. You have an opinion that you're allowed, and you have an opinion that you're given. Now, when you all fuck around and get your own opinion, that's when the sparks fly. If you've ever noticed, if your opinion aligns with his, you're good. That's why your vote doesn't count as much as his. So you are allowed an opinion if it is the one that he has blessed you to have. So it is not that it's even awareness or an actual despair or a sorrow or a depression. It is literally the first thing that women go through, and white women in particular go through, when they deconstruct first from the patriarchy, because that's the painful part for you all. Deconstructing from whiteness, it gets easier as you all get further and further from the patriarchy and its toehold on you. So whiteness, you begin to see is you know how in what was that movie with Somewhere Over the Rainbow, The Wizard of Oz? You know how they were like, do not pay attention to the man behind the curtain?
Mm-hmm.
So that's whiteness. The great and powerful Oz is the patriarchy. And know that the great and powerful Oz is this little itty bitty white man actually behind the curtain. It's not the big badass man that it portrays itself to be. So the patriarchy is built on all that fake fire and all that, the stuff coming out the eyes and the big voice with the microphone, and it's making you feel like it's all huffy and puffy, and it's gonna, it's huffy and puffy and blow your house down and all that bullshit. No, really, it's just this little itty bitty insecure ass white man who lost his way behind a curtain pulling levers and strings. And that's what that is with you all as white women. It is those little insecure men that you all have to carry, and you all pretend like you aren't carrying, like you have to manage an entire household and your kids and his schedule and your life and everything, and then make it all look seamless. But he gets the credit for this, that, and the other. And he's the professional, and he's the breadwinner, and it's all of these things that are antithetical to reality, that are the levers being pulled. So the first thing that women have to do is deconstruct from the patriarchy and the putting on airs that giving up your autonomy and your self-agency is okay. And you are socialized from a very young age that is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to marry well. You're supposed to grow up and get married and have children. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to go to school and get enough education to at least seem like you can put together a good sentence, but don't be smarter than him, and don't be more successful than him, and don't make more money than him, and don't do any of those things. And so despair is out the window. Despair comes when you go through your grieving process of getting out from under the patriarchy. Despair comes down the line. You will go through a mourning and
5
a grieving
stages,
process.
yeah.
Yes, you will go through those stages, and despair comes down the line. But the first thing you need is awareness, and you need the shit slapped out of you, and like you need a dose of reality. Like you need a bitch slap of reality to be like, you are worth more than what he defines you as. You are worth more than what his big ass face up on that stage with the microphone and all that, but he's really behind the curtain, behind your badass clothes, because you know how to dress him because he can't do it himself. All of the bluster that he puts on is all of the shit you have actually, in fact, made him up to be. And it is when we start doing that as women first, white women, you especially, but as women first, when we stop upholding the fact that men are exactly what we make them out to be, not what they themselves make themselves out to be in any way, shape, or form. It is you who give them definition. It is you who give them purpose. That's why they, quote unquote, play the field for so long, but then they settle down with you. It's because they are given the perception and they are socialized to think that they are the prize, when in fact they can't do shit without you all. They can't do shit without us. They can't have children without us. They can't make themselves be appealing to us without us. Like literally, if we collectively realized our power, the fact that all of these policies that men The reason they keep trying to make policies around our bodies is because they don't have control over our bodies. They don't have the sovereignty that they make you think that they have. So they try to legislate your morality, legislate your autonomy, legislate your sovereignty. And all you have to do is literally stand up and say no, and they can't do shit. And we just keep giving our power over to them. And as white women, that is the difference, to be honest with you, Lisa, between the Becky and the Karen. So the Karen is the one like bitching and screaming and externalizing all the stuff. So she's using what's called transference. So she's externalizing all of her angst that she has at home for her husband, but she puts that bullshit off on everybody else. Becky just sits back and lets everything run all over her. And she's just like, well, I just don't know. And oh my God, I just think, or she's the modern.
Don't talk like that. That gives me PTSD.
Girl, let me tell you, I'm trying to understand why everybody wants to sound like where this thing came from, and where their voice ties off at the end. And it goes like, what the fuck is that? What are y'all doing?
It's like a whininess, right? It's like
yes,
a whininess.
It's like that Kim Kardashian shit. I blame them.
Yes.
They're like, oh my God.
And the weaponization of the vocal fry.
Oh my gosh. And as a person who started out in radio and TV, it is so offensive to me. Use your chest, bitch. Use your whole lung. Like, stop it. But yeah, I want us to collectively realize our power, because it is literally white women who kept a black woman from being our first president.
Yes.
It is literally white women who failed to let a woman be in the seat of power. There are white women who have been leaders in Germany, in France, and every other country, Australia right now. Like there are
even Muslim countries. If you look at Sri Lanka,
yes.
But there was a study. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
We're done. So there was I had a thought. There was a study done after the election, and they asked white women who voted for Trump or didn't vote for Kamala why they did, and a large portion of them said like that they were jealous, that they thought that Kamala thought she was better than them. That because she had it all, because she had the family and the doting husband and this amazing career, that she was making them look bad and feel bad about themselves. Like they actually admitted it. And I'm like, so you're just admitting that you're a catty bitch.
And that is the Becky to the Karen. Mm-hmm. So the Becky is the one who's like, that bitch thinks she's all that. Mm-hmm. I can do that too. I just don't do it. But it's the Karen who goes out and votes against her. So there's your quantifier. So it's the Becky that just sits back and like totally talks about her, and it's like she's a total bitch. She thinks she's all that. And then it's Karen who's like, you know what? I'm about to take my ass right to the polls and make sure that bitch doesn't get the power that I can't have. Mm-hmm. That is the huge delineating factor. And the issue is both of them chicks are dangerous as fuck. Mm-hmm. They are both armed and dangerous with social alexithymia and apathy. Like healthy doses. They are armed to the teeth with an unwillingness to join us in reality and realize that they too are not, as everyone has said, they too do not have a seat at the table. They too are underrepresented in all things. They are afterthoughts. And they too are continuing that. And the exact thing that they're railing against other women on, those same women are suffering the same plight as they.
Hi, Darcy. Thank you so much for coming in and joining the panel. We're so happy to have you here. I saw your hand up. You wanted to weigh in on this specifically.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late. I have not been feeling well all weekend. So, and Peaches has me laughing and it's hurting my head.
She's been having us laughing all night. It's just better.
Yeah, I think it's just, I think it's just allergies, but like, it's like it's hard to talk and everything. But yeah, I just wanted to come up and say hey to everybody. But yeah, I this is an amazing conversation, and I don't know if anybody's brought it up, but you know, there's a reason why men who are married and have partners live longer than men who don't, and women who do have partners live shorter than women who are single. They're draining us, y'all.
Yeah.
I think they're sucking us dry, and you know, so yeah. But yeah, I'm not gonna stay long because I need to rest. So, but I love each and every one of y'all.
We love you too.
Love you,
But
DRC. Thank you so much for coming up and
Of
stay as long as
course.
you want to and drop when you need.
Okay.
yeah, babe. Thank you.
That's so funny. It's the same thing as they say, widows are sad and widowers are free or happy.
Wow.
When the woman dies, men are just like sad and lonely, and women are just getting ready for their second act.
You know, Stace, I feel like tonight's been like kind of an epiphany moment, at least for me. Like I know you and I have been kind of talking about where all these things connect and fit in together. You know, patriarchy, white supremacy, where religion comes in at. And I know that you have helped me figure out that religion is kind of like was the beginning of it all, right? These, especially Christian, the Christian religions in the United States specifically for what we're going through now. And so I feel like I have a better handle on it, like where it goes, like where the pieces go, and where the focus should be, because I'm starting to see it. Like when Peaches has said that when women start deconstructing from the patriarchy, it's much easier for them to deconstruct from white supremacy. And you know who I thought about was Carter Brown.
Yep.
She started deconstructing. So Carter Brown, for people who don't know, she's like a pretty big creator now. She's got a pretty big following. She was a Christian nationalist, Trump supporter, 3-time, Trumper or whatever.
Triple Trump.
Yeah, triple Trumper humper, whatever they call him. And she recently started deconstructing Christianity, and that led to her deconstructing patriarchy, and that led to her deconstructing white supremacy, and that led to deconstructing conservatism. Like it just like everything just started falling apart. So when Peaches said that, it reminded me of her, and I'm like, oh. So one, like when you open your eyes about one, you start opening your, like you start seeing other things.
Right.
I found her and Peaches because you like are actively doing this work. Is that where you focus your energy first, is on the patriarchy, and then you build on that? Like if you're starting from scratch with somebody who is like brand new to the deconstruction space, right? And is totally like clueless, don't know where to start. Is that where you start with? Like what is the process?
Yes, and so we're still actually. Oh, go ahead, Peaches.
No, I'm just laughing because that's a tough question. Go ahead, sweetie.
It's a multitude of things, but it absolutely consists of dealing with that. Like we had a community building recently where we were talking about our experience within patriarchy and white supremacy, and actually acknowledging that. So yes, but there's still a lot of other learning happening at the same time. So it's not like one before the other necessarily. And a lot of the women that are open to deconstruction are already aware of patriarchy and understand it. Actually, one of the women that joined, we have an intake call, like where we just jump on and see like where you're at. Like, did you just start asking questions? Have you been, doing this on your own for a while? And one of the women, which I won't name, basically said, I was told what to think by my father first and then by my husband, and I've lost both of them, and now I'm trying to figure out who I am without them. And that was very profound to me.
Wow.
And it really like set in that, okay, removing that from the picture allowed her to realize everything that I thought and believed was handed to me. And so absolutely getting rid of or understanding patriarchy and how the part it plays in our lives is important to starting this work. But I think a lot of the women that engage in it have already started exploring that.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense to what Peaches was saying about once women start to deconstruct patriarchy, then they start seeing other things, right? They start seeing, they start being able to deconstruct from white supremacy too, because of the intersectionality and the interconnection between them. So that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, I apologize. I will tell you, Lisa, and to Founder's point, this is something that I admire about Founder's approach when men and women first come in. She does not address it as the patriarchy, like as the umbrella, if you will. That's as a person gets on their journey, because it's like me telling you, there's an old African proverb that says, you can eat an elephant. An elephant is huge, but you can eat it one bite at a time. So the patriarchy is this humongous thing, but people's whiteness, and them, when they acknowledge that whiteness is a thing and that it is a negative thing, it is negatively impactful, it is this farce that is, running amok, and debauchery is afoot at every turn. when they start acknowledging that, that is actually what the entree is. That's the door opening, because there is no person alive that will say, I'm anti patriarchy and then think about whiteness. They don't realize it's that order. So what we address is people deconstructing from whiteness and deconstructing those issues and acknowledging racism and acknowledging classism, acknowledging those isms first, is sort of like what I was saying before about starting at the kindergarten level and working your way up, because addressing the patriarchy, that's like post-secondary school. That's up on the college level. So we need to, and the grad school level, we need to start on the smaller digestible steps, which is acknowledging, your part in it. Because just that alone, like I will tell you, when I did the unlearning racism classes, Founders heard me say this, and I think Jessica Simone has heard me say this a million times. The worst part of the class for me is the series on whiteness, because it is one where I noticed, like, I'm not a big drinker, but I noticed I was like having a big ass glass of wine like very frequently during that. Like that was my first hit to myself, was I was going to my friend's bar a lot more during those classes. And then it dawned on me, like, what is going on with me? And what it was it was painful for me to see someone come to the realization, like, oh my gosh, I am complicit in all of this. I have benefited at the betrayal of people who I may know and love. I have subjugated people unintentionally. I have put myself first in all things, and I have, my privilege and my presumption have reigned supreme. And that is at the peril of other people. And that realization alone for a lot of people is earth shattering. And that is the beginning of deconstruction. And for those of us who, I think it was Stacy that said this, if it's not, then I'm lying on somebody, but I think it was Stacy that said, so I too grew up in an all white area, worse yet, an all white wealthy area. And my dad, mine was the exact opposite. My dad was like, there are things that I found out as an adult that my dad was doing subliminally as a child that I didn't know. Like we had this huge picture, these sliding glass doors to the patio, and the front of our house is level with the street, but the back of the house, there's this huge hill. And my dad used to take me and he'd put his arm around me, around my siblings, and he'd be like, look down at our neighbors. Look down at all of our white neighbors. He always emphasized, look down at all of our white neighbors. And that was just a little seed to him of us not always looking up at everything white and thinking that he also bought the largest lot of land in this suburb. It was a suburb that used to be a golf course, and he bought the largest green and built the house with the largest lot and the corner lot. And that was all very purposeful of my father. He also used to tell us almost every day, this is where we reside. This is not who we are. But then when we were in the city around our own people, that was who we were. So he was like, don't ever get that twisted. And it was growing up with that duality that gave me a lot better on my understanding process during my deconstruction. Because understand, also being light, bright, and damn near white, and having to deal with having to
That's
realize
what I'm saying.
right,
That's what I'm saying.
having to realize my own privilege of colorism.
Yep.
My own privilege
Role.
yes, and what that plays and where I have to, and you will find, Lisa, and I hate to give away all the goods, but I am the most Angela Davis. Some of us with the lighter skin are the most militant ass black people you will ever run into. And it's because we
That's
have
a
to
different
fight.
topic. That's a
Ooh,
different topic. That's a
y'all.
different.
That's a whole nother further.
And it don't even and light is relative to the darkest and lightest white person in the room.
Yes.
If there's a white person in the room and there's someone darker than you, then you get to move up. But
Right.
if you're the darkest person in the room and there's someone lighter than you get the back seat.
Exactly.
So it's not even straightforward. Is that you could be treated like BFF today? Oh my God, are we like getting our nails done? And then tomorrow, Trisha comes in and she's 4 shades lighter than you. I'm like, oh, Trisha, we were going to go get our nails done with her. But we really like you better. That shit happens.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You get stepped back. You get humbled.
Absolutely. And understand, my parents marched for 300 nights for fair housing. And the woman my godmother is the woman who wrote the legislation that became the Fair Housing Act. So literally when my parents moved, we weren't allowed. I grew up in the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we weren't allowed past a certain street called Capitol Drive. We were literally, they had armed men at Checkpoint Charlie's to keep us within the confines of where we were allowed as Black people in the city. And it's, believe it or not, it is still that hyper segregated. Milwaukee is known as the most hyper segregated city. And so, and we unfortunately have all of the worst. We have the largest populated zip code with the most people. We have one zip code alone, 53206, if you all look it up, has the most justice impacted people in it of any zip code in the country. Literally over 80% of people in that zip code have gone to jail or prison. 67% of them are currently on paper. Like we are a hyper segregated, and that's present day. That's 2026. So if you imagine 1966, it was insane. And so having the lenses that I have, I'm so grateful to my parents for that, but I'm so grateful for how and when I came up, because I'm able to see my line of sight for what whiteness is so layered and so informed by the many different iterations of it that I've experienced, that it makes me I think a good line to hold for my people, women and men, but people of the global majority in specific, but Black people people of the global majority in general, but Black people in specific. But it helps me be a better partner to people like Founder in the work that she's doing, and in the work that y'all are doing. So it's, I don't know. I would tell everybody, I'm just gonna say this and shut the hell up. To just stay encouraged in the process. It is, you have to think of deconstructing like a getting out of an abusive relationship where you were head over heels in love with your abuser. You would drink his dirty water, bathwater type abusive relationship. Like he meant nothing good to you, and you knew it deep down. It's just somewhere in you, your trauma pattern dictated that this was the best you were going to get, and you had put so much work into it, and you didn't want to make him up into this really great guy and then pass him off to somebody else. All the different excuses that you come up with, that is the deconstructing process. It is that way out of an abusive relationship. And you're going to go through all of those feelings and all of those things. But there are some of us here that will walk alongside you in that process. We will be accountability partners for you, but also soft places for you to land at the same time. But we don't give you passes on the fuckery. And that's what is needed, because if, I think that was free as well, if we coddle you in the process, if everything has to be to your liking and comfortable for you, then you don't really want to deconstruct, and you want to stay privileged, and you want to stay with your presumption, and you want to stay in your make-believe world. And that's fine for you. But don't get upset if the rest of us move around you.
So what level is it, do you guys think, of white women specifically are resistant to deconstruct, and our need, almost like our dire need to be seen as one of the good ones, has to do with us wanting to be accepted, or us, wanting, like, it's like we want to be accepted no matter what, right? And if we're not, we feel bullied almost. So like that's a lot
So
of where the
is it really
defensiveness comes
bullied?
from.
Is it really bullied, or is it really the principles that you? So take a step back. Let's take a step back, because this is
Yeah.
something I've wanted. You've actually asked a question that I've wanted to reverse to ask you. Is
Mm-hmm.
it really that you're bullied, or that a man installed a program in you, like a computer, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and that someone is going against your program? That
Mm-hmm.
that asterisk star command alt control alt delete is being done with all the programming effort that was put into you. Is it really bullying, or is it that you are simply doing what you were told to do, you were programmed to do? Why is someone telling you that this is not cool, the way you're behaving or whatever you're doing is not okay, when all your life that's what you've been told to do?
Mm.
From if you have you watched Shiny Happy People?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so you remember the video that Jess did? Jess ain't here. About the Steven did a video on this. There's an infant on the ground,
Mm-hmm.
and they put the toys right outside the infant's reach.
I saw that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you've been programmed, and whatever it is that you were programmed for, specifically you or the entire group, whatever, since that age. And now someone is telling you that there is a syntax error in the way you've been programmed. And everyone in your life that raised you never thought to help reprogram you. That's perfect. Are you really being bullied, or are you really just like, I don't even know what the word is. Maybe someone else can fill it in. Or is it that your programming is just not, it was never really there to help you in the first place, and you're accepting the reality that everything you were made of was a farce?
That's
Which
what
No,
it
is
I
it?
is.
I see what you're
That's what it
saying.
is,
So it's
free.
almost like a computer program, like security software. Like your security software is like, acting like it's supposed to, like acting like it was meant to, right? Defensive
Yeah,
and
you're doing what
yeah.
you were made to do. This is what you were made to do, and now people are telling you, "Huh, honey, you actually very well." Thank you, I appreciate that. But just put a freaking 2-inch Lego unicorn together while I was,
Nice.
and then right when I put the last piece on, all of it broke apart in my hand and flew across the room. And I'm just like, this is the right one. Okay, you do
That
what
is
you
the
got to do,
worst.
girl.
That
You
is the
do what
worst.
you got to do. But is it really that, or is it you're like, okay, no, I'm norovirus. I'm antivirus software. Why are you asking me to be Word? Like, is it really that? Or is it really bullying, or
That
is
is
it that?
not, yeah. I mean, I don't actually think it is bullying, but that's that's the way white women perceive it, like they're being bullied, right? Like that's where the defensiveness comes from. Is like we have this need to be accepted, and somebody telling us that we are racist and that we are not one of the good ones is a rejection of us. Like it's like we made it part of our identity, right? We've incorporated it as part of our identity, us being the good one, in our minds. Like nobody told us that we was one of the good ones. We just decided for ourselves that we were going to give ourselves that title. And then when a black person tells us that, hey, what the fuck are you talking about? One of the good ones. You are still racist. You are still, you know what I mean? You are still doing white woman shit. You are still, white people going to white people. But what you're saying is the defensiveness is also part of the programming.
Yes. And to be honest with you, there's no other thought you all have except that you're the good ones, because why would there be anything else? So what Free's point is it's you all are challenged in what you've been in your reality. It is when your reality, you are staring your reality in the face and you realize, oh my gosh, it's not real. This has all been a lie. This has all been fabricated. And now what you're dealing with is being reprogrammed. So it's like she said, it's like it's having to do that soft boot versus a hard boot. Well, now your soft boot is always going back to but I'm a white girl and you should treat me nicely. And oh my God, if you're mean to me, then how am I? Oh my God, you're being so mean to me.
I did everything you told me to do. I did everything I was supposed to do. So how could you possibly, you could only be the one in the wrong. It can't be me because I'm doing all the steps.
Yes. I'm perfect and I'm white. And what do you mean I did something wrong? Like that's impossible. I can't conceive of anything that I do being wrong. And that is when it should stare you in the face that, oh my gosh, I'm still up to my eyeballs in patriarchy and racism. And then you have to back down and be like, okay, what is it? For instance, like Founder and I went through this thing where everything that happens, one of the things I had to tell the group is everything that happens is not an emergency. It's an emergency for you because you have been led to believe that everything about you is important and should take priority. So because I didn't call you back within 5 minutes does not mean I wanted you to suffer. It just meant I was I was in the bathroom, like just common things that the rest of us recognize, but the patriarchy and racism have you so centered and have your concept of self so outside of the norm that anything that seems to you to fly in that face of your of being coddled and you being right, or you being like, you can't handle that little bit of challenge. That is one of your inflection points for growth. And we have to we work through that as a group a lot. Like we had this whole big kerfuffle where people were really challenged. And instead of saying, why am I like, this is what I tell everybody. And I tell my clients this, like in session, just stop. If you're getting upset about something, there's a reason why that cliche hit dogs holler. There's a reason why that fits. So if you are getting upset about something, there's a reason why those feelings are being, drummed up. So let's discuss what it is about what was said to you or that challenge is giving you feelings. Now let's identify what those feelings are. And if those are legitimate feelings or if they are just reactionary. It is very different to respond than to react. If you are reacting, you are being hit in your patriarchy and hit in your racism and hit in your whiteness. And that is a blow that you can survive. That is a blow that you can survive, and you can come out better on the other side. But if you are being hit in that and being challenged in that, then that lets you know it is still too prevalent and upfront for you to think that you are that far into your deconstruction. And it's going to take time before those blows don't hurt as much. And you just have to give yourself that grace that, okay, I'm still in, on some fuck shit. Like I need to work on that. Like this, I'm not, my shit does stink. I need to stop thinking my shit doesn't stink and go from there. If it's that simple, or if it's, I can't be right about all of this stuff. Like, Lisa might know a little bit more than this than me, or Stacy's trying to help me, or Free pointed something out, and maybe I need to sit with the fact that I'm angry at Free for pointing out an issue with me. So am I really angry with Free, or am I angrier that I have an issue? And so that's why when we do, founder was telling you, when we do community building, I have them do sessions where we sit and we do, if we were in person, it would be in a circle. I tell them all the time, but we get on Zoom or we get in Discord and we sit. And as feelings come up, we address them. And if a person needs to like leave, if you have to remove yourself for a while, that's fine. There's still, we believe in restorative practices. So come back after you gather yourself. But what you aren't going to do is blow up the spot for everybody else because you are, dysregulated for you. If you are challenged in your area for you, that's something we can address. But as those feelings come up, those feelings are valid, they're legitimate, and we should address them. But understand they're going to be addressed in truth. And that truth might be more difficult than them damn feelings. So be prepared. It is all of that goes with it. It is you all are on a mental health journey for real, for real. Like you are your mental health, your ability to be who you are supposed to be is being challenged by the patriarchy, and you think it's being challenged by deconstruction. That's the fucking gotcha Jedi mind trick. Go ahead, founder. I'll shut up, sweetie.
No, I just wanted to get in line because I had a thought and I don't want to lose it. So one of the things that you said, Lisa, is why are we competing to be the good one? The problem is this. We were literally taught by patriarchy and white supremacy that we are to perform to be chosen. White women, specifically. And
Wait,
that's
hold
why
on. Say that again.
we as white women are taught to perform to be chosen.
Of course.
I
said this to Stacy. I said this to Stacy, and she's like, "Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about." But I said that I have this need. I'm so uncomfortable when there's conflict, and I feel like I am personally responsible to resolve the conflict and to make everybody feel comfortable. And I asked her. I said, "Is that a woman thing, or is that just a white woman thing?" And she's like, "Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't feel like that." So,
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
If you don't mind me, it's a
Sure,
little personal.
you can ask me anything. Yeah.
Were you the child of, or did you have access as a child to any form of addiction?
Yes.
Okay, then that's what that is. That's not just a white woman thing. That is and that's, I'm sorry, that's my psychologist. I just didn't want that misinformation. So,
Yeah.
So on top of performative whiteness, children of addicts, children, especially alcoholics, that's a big one with alcoholics. Those children feel they are put in the position of caregiver, and their parents' lack of self-governance falls onto the children's behest to make things go, to make things appear to be better than they are, to fix, like to try and fix things, to make things better, to solve every problem. If you are a middle child or the first child, the responsibility falls on you to take care of the siblings or to smooth things over with the siblings. You feel the pressure of keeping it at bay from teachers and from, people outside the house and all of that type of stuff. So that is very much a child of an, I can always tell when a person has had as a child, because that performative nature, as well as you have what's called a program for happiness, and your program for happiness would be affirmation. So if I just do things a little bit better, then I'll be enough to my parent, or it'll fix things. Or if I just do this, they won't drink as much. Or if I just, if I cook more, or if I clean more, or if we just make things better at home, maybe they'll stay home and they won't get drunk, or maybe they won't be so angry, or maybe that is very much a child of addiction. Response.
Yeah, I can see that. And then I married an addict and became one myself. And, just to confirm, yes. And also he was very much I was in a cult of one with him. And so if he was not happy, the kids suffered, everybody suffered. So I can see that that's my personal thing and not,
Absolutely.
necessarily a white woman thing. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And the white woman performative aspect can make it even worse as a white woman gets older, but that is definitely a childhood trauma that I would tell you, you deserve to unpack and be able to delineate, because that's a heavy load to to try and do just through deconstruction. They're completely different things.
I agree. Remember, Lise, we talked when you asked me that, we talked about your need to make everybody happy as a way to make yourself feel safe, because you had felt like you were in unsafe situations a lot. Do you hear me? Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yeah, I'm listening, babe. Hmm.
Okay.
And that is
I'm just
absolutely it, Stace. That's exactly what it is.
Hmm. Yeah. And that's, I just, yeah, it was just, when founder said that, to me, I thought it was a connection to that, but it's not, it's something different. But go ahead, founder. I'm sorry. I like went off and
You have an inquisitive mind, Lisa.
huh?
You just have a really inquisitive mind. You're
Yes, I
always
did.
trying to connect the dots, and it's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Stacey. I appreciate it. But go ahead, founder. I want you to like expand on it a little bit more and to make sure everybody understands and that I didn't muddy the waters with what you were trying to convey.
No, not at all. And so when we talk about that, and Peaches and I have had this conversation in depth multiple times. In the beginning of any deconstruction journey, you recognize a lot of things. So you see a lot of sense of urgency. Everything's a 5 alarm fire, and not understanding that when you're not equipped with the appropriate tools, you can actually cause more harm than good.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Number two, because of the way we've been conditioned, and until we start unpacking it, it's always going to be performative. You're performing to, and it's not always going to be performative for the duration of your deconstruction journey until you understand that you're looking for validation and you're not working on personal growth. That's going to be something that consistently shows up. Another thing that happens is when we hold each other accountable, especially as white women, the defensiveness is even higher. And I've noticed that. And the reason that I point that out is because sometimes it's easier to deflect to the other person than to take responsibility. And that happens consistently. So then there's the tug of war where now we have an issue with one another, all because there was a lack of accountability.
Can I ask a question on that? I don't mean to cut off.
Yeah.
I've been
No, go
told
ahead.
by women of all colors to shut up and stop cutting them off. So excuse my interjection. And only on here. In real life, they don't do that. Anyway, the point. So my
Wait,
question
what?
is, it was a half joke, but I was trying to be serious. But my serious question is, when that accountability is being tapped into, right? What is the defensiveness? Is it a thing where someone has like told you like explicitly that you're a princess, you don't have to take this or that, or is it kind of just like the unspoken that you are, at least in America, of course, second in command or second in chain and in the line, the totem pole of power? Like what either explicit or implicit thing is happening to white women for that to be understood?
Peaches.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm
So
being clear, but
no,
Yeah,
you
go
are.
ahead.
You are. Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a couple of clarifying questions?
I came here to be an open book, certainly.
Okay. Are you in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Your significant other, when your significant other comes to you and tells you something that you do that bothers them, is your immediate response, okay, yes, let me receive that with open arms. I shall open door and open mind, and you shall tell me where I am wrong? Or do you feel a little bit challenged and you're like, wait a minute? Or especially if he or she comes to you with emotion attached to it, or anger or frustration or disappointment, your reaction to that is a human reaction. It's because you're being challenged in an area that you may have thought you were doing fine in, or you may have thought you were getting away with, whatever your rationale is. And depending on what has happened to you early in life, if you were one of those children that was told frequently, like, you're a screw up, or you keep screwing up, or you got this wrong, or you're dumb, or you're any of that, it can do what's called restimulate that issue in you. So for a lot of, I want you to preface it with you looking through it through that lens first. So with white women, or white people, just in general, it's not a woman thing. With white people, when they are challenged in the area of whiteness, whiteness is a security blanket. It is a indemnification from all things harmful, bad, and negative in the world. It is the basis of superiority and supremacy. It is a shield. It is, may the force be with them at all times. It is all of those things. So then when someone challenges that, one's inclination to react and be defensive is just human nature. So if you can walk alongside a person in that moment, like if your significant other tells you, babe, just calm down. I'm just trying to share with you how I'm feeling. I am not saying that you're doing it maliciously. I'm not saying, I'm asking you to be aware of this behavior and the fact that it affects me in these ways. And I am asking you, out of your love and care for me, if you would identify that I don't like that behavior and it challenges or hurts me in this way, and I'm asking you to change that behavior. That is a very different response than if your significant other was like, well, fuck you then. Like, if you can't handle me telling you, and that's why you suck, and that's why I don't want to be with you, that's why I slept with your best friend. Like, very different response, very different reaction. But you understand what I'm saying?
So white supremacy is the rewriting of history. It's the old school burning of books, because it is actually just not the power dynamic that actually existed. Which I think, I mean, I've so far in this very short period of time, I have not heard anyone who has been ignorant or foolish. So we all know that there's been a rewriting of history that precedes all of us. And the irony, but to answer what you asked me, the irony is that I'm actually the cerebral one in my relationship. My degree is in psychology. My wife's degree is in mathematics. She is very calculated. I don't want to say it in a bad way, but she's calculated. Like, she thinks of things in a very, like, this or that way. Whereas my brain operates in a more abstract way. I do give way for, again, not to say that she doesn't, but I'm more like, look, the feelings. Let's talk about it. Like, what's making it, like, what cause and effect type. She's like, okay, 1 + 1 = 2, and it will never change. So I think through that balance, I've learned to kind of more so be able to put things in a box, compartmentalize. Because what I heard, right, if I can just be honest, I heard a purview that comes from a bit of trauma that then informs, and that then informs the way you deal with people who have a quote unquote, who are on the lower social spectrum than you are, a lower level.
So I just want to make sure you understand what we're talking about here before like white supremacy is a part of it, but we're talking about the deconstruction specifically of white women. And with that, think about what you just said. Repeat what you just said.
Yeah, I get it. I trust me.
Repeat what you.
I didn't come here to be an op. I
No, no,
promise you.
no, no. I want
Can't do
to
that.
point something out. I want to put two pieces of the puzzle together. So repeat what you just said, so I can like add on to it, and then you can have like maybe
So
eight ball
the
moment.
rewriting of history, the my wife is smarter than me, or the I'm more cerebral. I don't know. I'm still a
Yeah.
Judy in there. You gotta help me out.
Okay. The concept of being more superior than another person is coming from a white male who designs a society to make sure that a white female understands her place is doing her role without understanding her her job. She doesn't even know she's doing it half the time. This is what she's been programmed to do, like a 386 computer or an Apple, however you want to see it. And this is what she's doing. And everything from her birth has been designed for her to behave in such a manner that she sees herself as superior to anyone else below her, which is right underneath a white male, and that hierarchy that you were just talking about, that caste system.
Okay, that's the one aspect I did leave out. Okay,
That's what I'm trying. Well, that's why I asked you to say it again, because you actually kind of whispered it and didn't even realize you gave your answer. So that's why I wanted you to say it again, because like, wait, you just answered your own question.
I hear you.
White women, you're smarter than you think. I don't
No,
understand the
trust
tension
me.
that's happening right
Trust me.
now. I'm
No,
just
I
letting you
think that I'm
know
smarter
that you
than
were.
I probably am. Is actually the issue.
What is happening? I'm so confused. How did chaos get up here?
I'm,
At this point, like I just tried to explain that you were onto something, and it
no.
became.
I'm joking. Trust me. I like to play and joke all day.
I'm
While
be
I do
quiet.
have questions that are not clear to me, I also at the vein of my heart, the artery that runs to my heart is comedy. So if you hear a bad joke,
But
please.
did you read the room to see if the type of comedy that you wanted to bring up on the panel was appropriate for this moment in time?
Remember I said that ladies always yell at me. So let me
So
digress.
I
But I'm
so
just
if
saying, did
let
you
me let
read the
me
room to
Let me
see
di-
if that was, or
let
did
me
you just put it on the table?
let me
let me
digress
let me
because
let me jump in here.
I did not come to
So
be confrontational. Please.
social justice. Let me ask you a question. You
Yes.
said that your wife is more linear of thought, and that
Yes.
you are okay. And you said you are into psychology. So I
That's just
have
my degree, but my thinking, forget a degree. I just mentioned that because I that's the way I explain to people that my mind, it has been trained a certain way. Fuck, I don't know if I can curse it, but F a degree. The point is
sure.
that I am cerebral. I try to figure people out that, again, right, everyone has been taught a certain way of believing. I was taught, if I can say it, don't you ever trust them crackers. That was what I was told.
Okay, so let me help you in a couple, well, not help you, but let me clear up a couple of things.
Sure.
So being cerebral of thought and majoring in psychology does not mean that you are utilizing it well. Because the first thing that I would tell you is that as a psychologist, as a therapist, the first thing that I have to do is listen and not interrupt people
Relax.
and
It's okay.
Get your
emphatically.
misogynist ass off this panel.
What is happening right
Get the
now?
fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. She's literally talking to you and you talking over her. God damn it. She's literally talking to you in a respectful fucking manner as someone who actually did the degree and did the work, and you come in here with your fucking trolling. Get your misogynist ass out of here. The fuck? We could have learned something from that conversation. She's up there talking to you like, no, you know, then you put your fucking self on mute. You came up here like a fucking Karen, centered your fucking self, and then you didn't even listen to anybody. Get the fuck out. You're not ready for this. Carry on, ladies.
Well, what about that preseason game? I thought that. Yeah, I was literally going to tell him that the way he considers himself joking is a tone deaf, does not add to anything if he considers himself cerebral, because it was a very cerebral conversation, and you came in
and you were just antithetical of thought, let alone actual cerebral processing. So you came in and pissed in the punch and told people it was flavoring. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And let
So
me
that
help you some. Hold on, Peaches. That
yes,
was a
ma'am.
black motherfucking woman that told you to get your ass off the panel. Now you look stupid. Now everything that you in here trying to preach about being, these are the bad people. That was a black bitch that told you to get the fuck off the panel. Show some goddamn respect. Carry on, Peaches. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah. Social justice, the fact that you came in the space and wanted to be an asshole shows the exact starting point for your deconstruction. So if you can't see that, I would tell you that you should probably go back and restudy for that degree and go get therapy. And probably the reason why your wife, if she even exists anywhere in reality, is linear of thought is a person would have to think 1 + 1 = 2 because she wouldn't be able to follow your quote unquote lead. So
I escorted him out,
yeah.
so we
Thank
don't
you
need the
guys. And I
distraction.
apologize, Free. I'm sorry, Stace. Go ahead. Stace. Oh,
And that
I'm
is why
sorry. I didn't mean to talk over
that is
time.
why the patriarchy sucks ass. Just wanted to just put an exclamation point on that.
So Free, yeah. Free is like, go ahead, Lisa. I could see your face. Say it. But I was letting you guys have the conversation with him, and I apologize. As the host, I should have, taken him in hand and dropped him. I apologize. But
It's okay as
I'm
long as
working
you're
on
not
that.
mad at me
No,
for how I
absolutely not.
handled it or
No,
moving along
no,
because
Stacy. Mm-hmm,
he's a chaos agent. What he
mm-hmm,
basically did is he saw a constructive, educational, and progressive conversation amongst women. And it wasn't about him, and it wasn't something he could do. So, what he wanted to do, correct me if I'm wrong, psychologist, because I deal in other type of shit. He needed to figure out a way to change and control the conversation at
mm,
his twist.
mm.
That's
Yeah.
what I picked up immediately.
Yeah. He had to insert himself and then make a mockery of what he clearly is too obtuse to contribute to, and so he had to make a mockery of it.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I see that. Um, yeah, I actually wasn't letting any men up, but he was like, I just have a quick question. I thought he was going to ask a question that was going to help facilitate the conversation, not come up here and center himself. Um, yeah, it's giving me a lot of thought. Like I have a lot of thoughts, just like percolating in my brain. It reminds me to something, I think Pete just said early on, or no, was it Jess? It was Jess came in and she said, one of the things that had come up on her panel when she was talking about this topic, the documentary was, somebody said that black men want to deconstruct white supremacy, but not the patriarchy, and he kind of just displayed that, right? He just displayed like he is well steeped in the patriarchy, loving it all the way. Um, and I don't know, like I know he acted like he wasn't trying to put his wife down or his girlfriend, but that's how it came across to me.
Very
Um,
backhanded compliment,
yeah,
if that.
yeah, yeah. It's just it's we got an uphill climb for sure, ladies. We got an uphill climb for sure. When we're fighting on multiple levels and multiple things at the same time. Um, so it's we've been on here for 2.5. This conversation is just amazing. Every time we have one of these panel discussions, they're always incredible. And I just appreciate y'all for being here. But to kind of land the plane and wrap it up, is there anything that you wish that we touched on tonight? Is there anything that is on your mind or that you think is important for especially white people, white women to know that you wished that we touched on tonight? And I'll go just top to bottom. Peaches?
No, I think we hit on everything. I want us to realize, as women, I want us to realize our innate power, and our ability to come together is what will lead to the complete dismantling and destruction of the patriarchy. And as white women, it is incumbent upon you all to take up your end, and not, sit back and drink a mint julep and watch things happen around you. It is time to you do have skin in the game, contrary to what you've been told. You do have a dog in this fight. The dog is you, and everything that you need to fight for. It is for your children. It is for the generations after you. And it is for, if but for nothing else, you should think of the women, the white women who came before you, who had none of the agency that you have now, and fought for you to take for granted the shit you take for granted every day.
Excellent. Thank you for that. That's, yeah.
Um,
Heard.
Lisa,
Very much heard.
I just want to, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to have
No,
to
go ahead,
drop
babe.
because I'm still at work. So I wanted to be able to say thank you and say good night to everyone. I appreciate so much everyone that came up, all of the opinions, all of the heart and the wisdom that was shared. I can't wait to do this again. Peaches, I'm wondering if you are taking on any new patients and if you accept the request. And
I
I
do, and
think
I
that
am.
you do and you are. I'll be in touch. Um, Lisa was talking about how she would go on from this panel, this woman Peaches panel, and how amazing she was. And I was like, I don't get it. And I realized tonight I was on the wrong Peaches panel, so I fully get it now, Lisa. Fully get it.
Yeah.
But thank you all
Well,
for
Peaches is
speaking up.
all over these TikTok streets, and she's amazing.
Yeah, it wasn't that Peach. It wasn't this Peaches.
Mm-hmm.
So I just again want to say thank you for allowing me to participate and to co-host this event. Lisa, thank you so much for teeing this up. You are the perfect person. I can't think of another person that was right for this as you are, and you put together an amazing guest list, an amazing panel, an amazing just set of beautiful minds. And I look forward to doing it again.
Appreciate you, Stacy. Thank you for always giving me my flowers and making me feel good. I love you,
You know I
sis.
love you, girl. All right, bye.
Bye. See, there she goes, fluffing a white woman's head up. Now I think I'm special or something. No, I'm just kidding, guys. Thank you, Marnie. Appreciate you guys. Founder.
I just want to say for anyone on a deconstruction journey or starting one, we need to remember this is not just deconstructing racism. It's so much deeper than that. It's the conditioning that we have consumed since birth. It is acknowledging our trauma because we need to understand our triggers and what reactivates us, as Peaches was referring to earlier. It's so much more than just that. And one of the things that I see a lot in these spaces is our need to categorize people as white people. And just looking at deconstructing racism as a black and white issue when it's really white people are racist to everyone that's not white.
Yes.
And the fact that I see many a times we want to question people's indigeneity. And to me, that's no different than MAGA walking up to a random Latino person on the street and asking them for their papers. Same difference.
You know what I was just struck with, founder, was that we question, whether somebody is indigenous, right? But we want to claim to be indigenous ourselves. What is with that? What is with white people wanting to claim that they're Native American all the time?
There's some history behind that. I won't get
It's
into all that
weird,
now,
right?
but yeah.
It's so weird.
Well, it has everything to do with colonialism, right? So But there's a deep history with that, and if you want to cover that on another panel, we absolutely can. But I won't take you down that rabbit hole right now. But I just think it's important for us to remember it's about choosing humanity, even when it forces us to confront ourselves. And that's with everyone, even other white people. And I'll be the first to tell you, if someone's being bigoted and hateful, I'm going to meet them exactly where they are. But if someone's being inquisitive, I'm always going to use that as an opportunity to educate. Always.
Yeah. You're amazing. You know, you Peaches, like doing this work, I know it's hard. I know it's got to be incredibly hard, right? And taxing and exhausting mentally, physically, all the things. And I appreciate you guys so much for doing it. Peaches, you said it was erasure.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
So to Founder's point of like it's a colonial and pre-colonial mindset, but it for white people to take on indigeneity or to challenge a person's indigeneity it is a modern day way to erase indigeneity. So it's a way to take, to be a pretendian takes away the indigenous people. It takes away their sovereignty. It takes away their existence. It whitewashes more of history. It whitewashes their tribal affiliation. It whitewashes their history, their culture, their truth, all of those things. And it's a modern day way of still watering down and whiting down their existence.
Wow. And I just had a thought while you were talking. It's like an entitlement too. Like if they are indigenous, then they're entitled to this land. They're not an immigrant, right? Because you can tell how triggered some white people get when they are called immigrants. Like when we say this is a nation of immigrants and you're an immigrant too. Like your parents came here, right? You're not, indigenous to this land.
It's the exact same moving of the goalpost when white people say, "Well, anyone can be racist," and we can't. Well, I experienced racism. No, you didn't, unless you were perpetrating it. You did not. Well, black people talking about racism, you all are all victims. No, it's the only person who recognizes a victim is a perpetrator. Because from a victim on a lateral level, a victim, when I see another victim, I don't see them as a victim. I see what they went through. And my struggle finds audience in their struggle. So I view like being a recovering addict. A recovering addict doesn't view another person as an inactive addiction, or doesn't view them as the summation of their addiction. They view them as a person in recovery. They view them as an overcomer. They view them as the other side of it. But a perpetrator, a person who victim blames, a person who likes to be the aggressor and the overseer. Their mentality is, "Oh, you're a victim," because how else could one recognize a victim if one didn't make you a victim? So it's all of these little mind fucks that we do, and it's all these changing of words and moving goalposts. So if I claim to be indigenous, then this is my land. I am re-implementing manifest destiny by doing that. And it's just wrong on so many different levels. If I claim that I experience racism, I take away from the fact that I am a perpetrator of racism, and there is no way that I experience racism. There is no such thing as reverse racism.
Right.
Racism is a white phenomena. And so it's moving the goalposts on all of these things that is erasure of the history and the facts that disenfranchised people and marginalized people have experienced.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, because it's good to understand that kind of stuff, because it's one of the things, like case in point, right? My dad has been doing a variation of what I would think of as deconstructing. He's very much a liberal. It wasn't always like that. And, we got those 23andMe or whatever, Ancestry.com tests done. And he swore up and down, his mom swore up and down, he swore up and down that we had some Native American heritage. He swore his grandfather was full blooded. I can't even remember the tribe that they used to claim. And then we got the test done, not a drop. Not a drop, not a drop of Native American. The only person who had Native American heritage is my niece, who was Puerto Rican. And it was South America, right? A native South American. And we told my dad this. We're like, yeah, Dad, you know how you always said your grandfather was, full-blooded Native American? Yeah, we don't have any, so that's not a possibility. And he said, huh. And then I swear to God, it wasn't a month later that he was talking to somebody outside the family and told them that his grandfather was full-blooded Native American. Right? It was like it's there's some obsession with it. So thank you. I appreciate you and Founder both for explaining that's where a lot of that comes from. That need, that desire to be able to want to be able to say that you have some inherent claim to this land, and that you're not 100%. You're not 100% an immigrant. You belong here. That's called. Should I leave? Why should you leave?
See that you were here. Hey, Lady Jane, I didn't even see that you were here until I have a problem, Lisa. And Founder gets on. I keep telling her to get on my case about this. I'd never look at my friggin' phone, like at the screen. And so I don't look enough as I should. So I apologize, Lady Jane. I didn't even see you in here.
It's okay. Farah, you came up and Stacy said, Farah, did you want to come up? And then I didn't see you answer, so I wasn't sure if you were there or not. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
Didn't
answered, and
do.
I even I thought,
Okay.
because I thought you're getting ready to shut everything down. I was like, wait, Lisa, because I have a question.
No.
I just wanted to ask these brilliant women. So one of the you know things that I had been told by a friend was to as part of deconstructing is just to go into black spaces and just listen. Don't jump in and say anything, just listen. And so one of the things because I've been doing that, a lot for a while, and one of the things I've noticed sometimes is the differing information as far as like, you might hear like in one space, saying this is what, white women we need to do, and then in another space they're saying something different. And so I was just wondering kind of how would to handle that, because I know myself and several other people, other white women I know that are deconstructing, we get confused and we're like, because then I mean, me personally, that I'm like afraid I'm going to say the wrong thing or offend somebody. So then I'm like, well, what but I'm afraid to ask because then I don't want them to get mad at me and think I'm being stupid or something.
Go ahead, Founder.
First and foremost, that's going to happen, right? The global majority is not a monolith. They're all going to have different opinions and thoughts and beliefs. We need to focus on building our own selfhood through studying, through therapy, through unpacking everything that we've been taught, and finding wholeness within ourselves. Because it's a proven fact that the social conditioning of white supremacy actually causes arrested development. And selective empathy. And empathy is a learned behavior. So if we're focusing on all those things and we're focusing on our growth as a person while also learning the history of this country, you're going to show up grounded and aligned. That's just
Gotcha.
the best way I can say it. Like it has
Yeah.
to be a focus on self, and deconstruction is not a loss of selfhood. It's actually the first opportunity to have one.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to learn everything I can. I'm very much a people pleaser, like what Lisa was talking about, and so I really struggle with that of not wanting to offend anybody, and I don't. It's not that I am bothered so much if somebody says, "Hey, no, that's wrong. This is the way it should be." But when you get different people saying to you, well, no, this is what you should say or this is what you should do, that's when I start getting confused, and then I really get scared to even talk because then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna end up offending somebody, and I don't want to make anybody mad or hurt anybody's feelings or and that's a me problem. It's it's just I just didn't know if you had advice on how to
Yeah,
do that.
I meant to say one more thing, and I apologize. Also, perfection. This idea of perfection is also another tenet of white supremacy. Right? You're never going to be perfect. This journey is lifelong, but being able to be accountable and sit with it is what matters.
Okay.
So, as long as you're able to do that, you're not going to make everyone happy. That's just the reality of life. But if you're able to be accountable when you've caused harm, then you're on the right path because you can't learn without making mistakes. You just can't.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Well, thank
think,
you for that.
yeah, I see you, Free. I just want to add like just one thing, Farah. So, the thing, I started learning the most when I stopped being afraid of being uncomfortable, right? And what does that mean? It means I understand that if I go into a black space and if I ask a question or if I say something, that there's a possibility that it's going to offend someone, right? Or it's going to be taken the wrong way, or it's, I might very well be performing some microaggression or something, right? But I made peace with the fact that even if I did that and somebody called me out on it, that I was just going to sit in it and just take it as a learning experience and be okay. Like be okay, even though it's going to be really uncomfortable. It'll be okay, even though like all my sirens will be going off and bells and whistles of oh my god, I'm not accepted, oh my god, this is I'm not safe because this is not like everybody's not calm, right? So even like all my personal things, and so when people say you got to be willing to have the uncomfortable conversation and you got to be willing to be uncomfortable, like to me that's what it means, and that's when I started learning the most. It's funny because Stacy and I know each other really well, and she knows me like probably better than even some people in my own family. And when we talked about this discussion, we talked about who we were going to invite, like different creators. I rattled off 6 or 7 black creators, black women creators that I wanted to invite. And then and I was like, we gotta have some white women too. And I said founder. And then I said, I was like, Stacy, do I know any other white women? Right. And it was completely honest because I spend so much time, right, Stacey? Stacey laughed so hard at me, but I spend so much time in black spaces just trying to absorb everything that I can. But it also comes from that personal thing to me that black women are safety for me. Black women are safe. So it may be different for me, that my uncomfortability, because I grew up having black women correct me and like like that kind of thing. So it's not as uncomfortable for me. So maybe I don't know, maybe I'm not the best person to
Well,
kind of answer that question.
it's not, and excuse me. I'm not. It's not that I'm comfortable saying things like just in black spaces. I'm uncomfortable saying things in any space, like
Mm-hmm.
except for like in here and sometimes in Danny's because I know you guys and I feel. I mean, I never used to go up on panels or anything, but because I feel comfortable in this space, and I
Mm-hmm.
know you guys know me and know, like issues that I have with my brain fog and things where I get, and have a hard time retaining information. So I don't, I know I don't feel like you're going to judge me and just think I'm stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a me problem. It's just, that it's not just black spaces; it's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I was just more on the thing of me going into spaces and just listening because that's what Danny, suggested that we do, and so that's what I have been doing. I
Right.
just within listening, the things that are being said sometimes are conflicting. So then then I'm thinking, okay, well, what's the right way? But I get that there's really no right way. Everybody's going to have a different opinion on it. So yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Free, I know you wanted to weigh in, and then Peaches had her hand up.
It'll be quick. I just wanted to say this also. I missed some of the conversation because my husband was calling, and I dropped and I lost the signal. Um, with your father, when just taking it back a little bit, when he was talking about indigenous,
Yeah.
I weary people about saying that it's that they want to be part of the land. It's something much more malicious than that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because we don't know the circumstances of why your father is saying that,
Mm-hmm.
people need to understand that the dollar Indian existed and that people were pretendians.
Yeah, that's what.
So,
Yeah, Peaches was saying that
yeah,
pretending.
so the dollar Indian could have been the whole reason for that. Feges already said it. And the other aspect of that is that a lot of indigenous people do not take those DNA tests, so it doesn't have a huge sample pool. My husband just did the DNA test, and he's Korean, 100% Korean, or whatever ethnicities may have come through Korean. And it was completely off on some things according to his. Koreans have a, depending on how old you are, but his birth certificate is 40 pages long.
Mm.
In Asian countries, they, especially the male, they identify the male on the family tree going back to the dynasties.
Wow.
So I can go upstairs and pull his birth certificate out. And on page 1, it'll link him back to somebody in some kind of clan, a Cho clan, Park clan, whatever. It'll link. It'll show through all the marriages through different generations, be it Han, whatever. I can link him almost back to a clan, and for that type of documentation that never stopped throughout the decades, to confirm who his great 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 grandparents are, and for it to show something totally okay, you're going to tell me in a second, for it to show that he is 60% Japanese. I already know. Okay. I already know. Okay, play. I already know where that's coming from, but I know that it's showing him as 50% Japanese means that there's not enough sampling in that pool as well, and that's what we discovered, that 23andMe did not have a large enough sampling of Asians in it. So there is a multitude of reasons. I'm not saying that your dad was telling the truth. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that his truth may be different, because the thing we have noticed about a lot of white people throughout the generations, truth is relative.
Mm. Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay,
That's for
so
sure.
the truth of it is that people were abducted and taken at pew pew point from Africa and brought here. The
Mm.
truth is that you enslaved them and had them do the work for you while calling them lazy. The truth is that you claim that you're the better mothers, but for generations the roots of your motherhood came from a black woman's boob. The truth of the matter is that when we look forward and we press forward throughout time and we come to the Civil War, when people try to tell me, oh, well, we freed you, but why did you have to free us in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
You also were the captors. So it's truth is relative. These alternative facts, these alternative truths, that labeling does have a meaning. That meaning is just to someone's alternate reality of a safe place because they're too scared to face what everyone else is seeing. So I wanted to, that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to keep it too much longer than that. That's all.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. Peaches.
Yes, I just wanted to say that so when you go into black spaces,
Mm-hmm.
um go in, with an open ear and open mind and an open heart. But to your point, yeah, we are not a monolith. There are tons of stuff that my own people say with which I'm not in agreement. There are tons of lives that I'm in where Black people come in and say, well, yeah, we can be racist. And they just don't know any better. They don't understand the psychology, the sociology of racism. You know, there are young Black people who say racism doesn't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just that, you know, and I can't punch each of them in your throat like I would like to, but so just to understand that, then also understand, Farah, that your desire, your desire and need, like not to offend and to be nervous and to be, that was put upon you. That's not a you thing. So you can't create that yourself. That is a trauma response. So understanding that and understanding that that is not yours to own, it is unfortunately yours to deal with and to eventually discharge and solve, but it is not yours. So it is not a point of less than. It is not that you don't measure up. It is not that you have brain fog and can't put things. All of those things are not reflections of you. They are facets of you. And you can choose which ones you lean in on and which ones you don't. Um, when you go into Black spaces, don't think you always have to speak or ask questions. You can take notes of things and understand them, and then have a person who you have, like how Lisa has Stacy, who you can go back to as your touchstone, and you can be like, you know, what does this mean? And where you start to build the ability to have a safe space to ask those questions. And that way you aren't, asking to people who then view you as wanting them to do the labor for you and the explaining for you. And additionally, for feeling safe around Black women, that's been our unfortunate charge our whole lives. You know, we were supposed to raise everybody's children. We are supposed to make everybody feel safe. We're supposed to be the mammies of this entire nation, unfortunately. And the catch 22 to that is, think of, this is what I mean to you all by the Jedi mind trick and how antithetical to truth all of racism and white supremacy and all that is. Think of it this way: how can we as Black women be the safe, like the Aunt Jemima with the and the Mrs. Butterworths with maple syrup, and how can we be we're the great cooks, and we were your maids, and we were your nursemaids, and we were your wenches, and we took care of your children and breastfed your children and cooked for you all and cleaned for you, and we are such caregivers, and ooh, I just love her, and she was my mammy, and this, but we're also angry Black women. We're also we're so stupid that the only way we can get a job is DEIA. If you just pay attention to the patterns of thought, they do not align. They don't make any sense. So absolutely ask the questions, but ask them in safer spaces. When you go into rooms, read the room and realize, like, this is a space that I'm going into where I am just going to be a person who might be in the comments, and I might, make a laugh when they say something, but I'm going to not give my opinion at all times, because that too is a need as a white woman to be centered, to be seen. Well, I just want them to know I'm trying to understand. That's keeping up that patriarchy. That's something from which you have to deconstruct as well. So being able to do it in a safe way until you learn that better is a much wiser way of going about it. Have that person you can go to ask the questions without judgment and without fear, and that will you will begin to gain muscle memory in being able to ask questions in a way that is conducive to not just yourself but the people of who you're asking.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I do. I don't ever say anything. I don't generally say anything. The only time I will ever say anything in the comments is if I see another white person saying something that needs to be checked, then I'll say something to them. But otherwise, I just sit and listen and try to just take it all in, and then, like you said, just sit with it. So, and you're very right about the trauma. I just got out of a 26-year marriage that I now see, that I was being controlled, and so I'm deconstructing from that as well. So
Well, mine was literally 26 years exactly as well, and 30 together altogether. And I will tell you, people think like, oh, Peaches is so on the ball and Peaches is so. I have all the same issues. I have to remind myself daily that I am more than capable. I have to remind myself daily I am a good ass woman, because that's why he was with me for all that time and why he's pining and I am not. I have to remind myself daily when I look at the wonderful man with whom I am with now and with whom I have the healthiest and strongest relationship I've ever had, that I am worthy of that. And that is my wish and hope, for you as well, and for you too, Lisa, is to realize, how amazing we are. And one of the things, like, I was in an incredibly abusive relationship many, 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 many moons ago, and the guy kept telling me, like, I've ruined you, like nobody's gonna want you, that type of shit. And he was physically abusive as well. And it dawned on me, I was like, I'm not kidding you all. One day, this is what I mean by just track the train of thought, you all. This is a lesson that I learned. First and foremost, my uncle taught me you can't make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Mm.
That is my adage for everything, because I was steady adding like Dukes. And if I just add Hellman's, and if I just a little more paprika, and if I just, but it's still shit. So can't make chicken salad out of chicken shit. And then my second one is I watch how people do, not just what they say. And everything that people say and everything that people do is data. And founder, this is one of her favorites that I told her is data for me. If you think of the word data, DATA, I use it as an acronym. So it's don't ask that again, don't allow that again, don't afford that again, don't, if it's a good thing, don't avoid that again, don't accept that again. DATA. And that's that one. And then the last one is that my circumstances don't have to dictate my outcome. And I really want you all to remember that on this journey, because the circumstances that you are in, the circumstances that you were in, the circumstances you might find yourself in, they don't dictate your outcome, you do.
Wow. Thank you. That's amazing. And I'm so happy for you that you found a man that deserves you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's what I'm sorry. See, Farah, brain fart. That's exactly what I was going to say. So the guy, thank you for that, Lisa, because the abusive guy, he kept telling me like nobody was going to want me. And he was like, I wasn't anything. I was just like, I was bullshit. And then it dawned on me one day, following that tracking the train of thought, if I'm so horrible and nobody wants me, and if I'm so like, look, why the fuck are you here? Like, why do you keep running up in here for a day?
right.
Why are you trying so hard to be with me and keep me from everybody else if I'm so horrible? And then it just like dawned on me one day. I was like, you know what? You ain't shit. That's really what it is. I'm lowering myself because I'm having to stop myself from doing what I am inclined to do, to try and let you keep up with me. Like I have to lower who I am and adjust who I am to accommodate you, not the other way around. And so just keep speaking life to yourselves, everybody. That's all I say. Just keep, if nobody else says it or does it, just keep doing it to yourself, and you will start to believe you, because you will see the proof in your own pudding.
Yeah, and it's amazing how you get that like moment of clarity. Because I've known for years, that there was a problem, but then, some he ended up becoming disabled, and so he was here 24/7, and I was taking care of him, working full time, and then I mean literally doing everything else, and I'd already been doing everything else because you know there was always an excuse of well I work harder than you do, or like his job was more important than mine, which it wasn't, but well I work nights, or there was always some excuse of why he couldn't help me with things, and I just continued doing stuff, and was angry about it. But then um, it's like I had this moment of clarity of, you know what, he's I didn't know what gaslighting was. I'd never heard of it, and because I've pretty much been living in a bubble for the last probably 6 years because I work from home. I was home taking care of him all the time, and the only time I ever went anywhere was when I was taking him to appointments. So I wasn't around anybody else. And so then when I got on TikTok and started talking to people, that really opened my eyes to things, and I started seeing, he's gaslighting me. This is why I always think that I don't know anything because he tells me I don't know anything, and so that made me for years. I mean, and this has been happening probably since the beginning, but it was very, covert and for a long time to where I didn't, catch it like I probably would have if it would have been, overt immediately.
Founder, I know you had your hand up, and then Stacy just came back in.
I just wanted to say to Farah, I saw you talking with Just Why in the comments, but I'll send you the link to the group so you can join. There's a lot of
Yes,
great
please.
resources in there.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
It is. I've been in the group for a while, and I always check in like probably once a week. I'll like go back through all the comments and I'll see what's going on. But work has been working the last 4 months, so now that work has calmed down, I hope to get more involved. But I've been reading like all the books that people recommend and just trying to do what I can. But it's an amazing space. It's so supportive, so supportive. That's like the my one takeaway just from my experience in it. It's so supportive. You learn so much, and you start feeling like you are starting to get a handle on things. Like that's my takeaway. It's an amazing space, guys. Stace, hey, welcome back, sis.
So I got released early. So I'm very happy. I thought it was going to be Christmas. I was like, they're still on. I'm going back up. Marnie is asking what the group is and if she can join. Do you see that?
Yeah, I was actually just typing back in the comments.
Okay.
But it's Voices Unbound, and absolutely you can join. Give me a follow, and when we get off here, I'll follow you back, and then I'll send you the link.
And
Thank you,
is
founder.
that because I was in and out, is that what type of group is it? May I join too? Is it an everybody group or is it a specific group?
Absolutely, it's very inclusive.
Okay.
So, but all of so we have a board of advisors, and Peaches is my go-to.
Mhm.
This is what she does, and I understand that deconstruction is psychological, and she is such a huge asset to the space. And then we also have Maribel, who's a life coach. We have Sawed Off. She's an indigenous woman that also has been studying the conditioning of white supremacy with me. So we and Professor, who also teaches at a collegiate level for these things. So we have the board of advisors, and then we have about, I want to say, roughly 70 white women and 6 white men in the group. So, but yes, it's very much inclusive. Anyone can join. Like I said, if you guys give me a follow, I'll send you the link. Just because I don't want to share it in the comments.
Yeah, no. That was, and I followed you immediately. I think I was already following you, Founder, and I followed you immediately, Peaches. But I wanted to say to Farah and anyone else that's still in the room that was on the panel, you will get a copy of this live through your inbox and be able to go back and rewatch it, which is what I plan to do because I'm a note taker. And I know Lisa was taking notes, but I'm going to have some notes of my own that I want to just sit with and re-listen when I can listen with when my mind isn't diverted 100%, where I can be present with it. So yeah, I mean, the deconstruction, like we're all deconstructing, I feel like several things, even though tonight was about deconstructing white women. The intersectionality is just huge. Like it's so intertwined, like we were saying, the patriarchy and white supremacy and all of that. So I'm
I feel like I'm at the beginning of a journey. Like I to have made these new connections, and I hope that I can bring something to the space and to the experience as well moving forward.
Thank
That
you.
would be amazing. Sorry.
Yeah. No, Stacy's incredible. She really is. She's done a lot of the internal work, right? And she's got a lot of good insights, right? She's got a lot of good insights, and she's helped me through like a lot. Like I didn't even know colorism was a thing, guys. I didn't know colorism was a thing. And well, I knew it was a thing, but I didn't know the extent. Like I didn't know how deep it ran, and that like it's just, yeah, I've learned so much from Stacey. Just let me tell you that I just learned so much from her. There was like, I'll say something and she'll like catch it, she'll like clock it, and she'll be like, do you realize what you said there, right? You know how it sounded, right? And then and she'll stay on the phone with me for hours, right? Hours, running down some idea I had or whatever. Or oh, I think I figured this out. And she's like, maybe not. Right. And she'll like help me figure stuff out. So yeah. Everybody get you a Stacy or Peaches is founder Stacy. Get you one, either a Stacy or a Peaches pronto.
Can I add one
The
thought,
feeling,
Lisa? I know you're going to close.
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing that has been very powerful in the group is when we did the community building, it was very inclusive. And the intersectionality that you were talking about, or Stacy was talking about, being able to relate to experiences as women. So a lot of us had very similar experiences as women, but then we can discuss where those experiences differ. And that's been extremely powerful for the group. And then Dee mentioned it in the comments. I had a prompt about patriarchy, and it ended up just being this really powerful conversation amongst women from every demographic. And so I started the women's collective, which I'm going to start bringing back. I can't tomorrow because of my son's birthday party, but typically on Sunday I would run the women's collective, where we come to the table and we discuss different issues that affect women and how they affect us differently, and we listen to each other's experiences. So that's been really powerful, and I just wanted to share that because Stacey touched on intersectionality, and I think that's so important.
Yeah, there was something. What was it? There was something that just jogged in my memory about that Regina said in the documentary. And I can't remember what it was. I had it like when I say I have pages full of notes from watching that documentary, I have pages full of notes. It went something like why can't you just like listen to my reality and my pain? This was from Regina, who is the Black woman. And she was like, why can't you? She said to a white woman, the white woman was like, why can't you? Somebody said that you're spewing hate by telling it like that she was spewing hate because she said that she could not, that's what it was. She said she could not trust white women. And a couple of the white women took offense to that. And one of them said that she was spewing hate by saying that. And then another one said, why can't you look past my skin color and see that I'm a good person? And she's like, well, why can't you listen to my lived experience pretty much without making it about a defense of your identity?
yeah, that was towards the beginning.
Yeah.
It was like, why are you making your feelings of being offended
Mm-hmm.
overshadowing my lived experience?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I struggle with that too. I feel like when I'm having
Mm-hmm.
a conversation with a white person, I mean, I know intellectually where to go,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like I'm like watching them, like I'm watching a cobra. Like, are you gonna strike? Like, I'm trying to figure
Mm-hmm.
out how are you gonna respond, and how do I need to be prepared for how you're gonna respond as a black person talking to a white person in that situation.
Yeah, and I felt like what I wrote down after she said, "Why can't you look past my skin color and see that I'm a good person?" I wrote impaled on the arrow and completely missed the point. And I wrote the sheer irony of her asking that question of a black woman. Why can't you look past my skin color and see that I'm a good person? I thought it was ironic. Founder, I saw you unmute it.
I was going to say, so the greatest compliment I think I've ever gotten was when someone said to me, founder, I don't feel double consciousness with you. And I didn't understand what that meant until that moment. And
Oh,
yeah, so, and then having to dive into that and understand that. But to me, that was a compliment. But at the same time, the reality that when we are in spaces with the global majority, there's a need for double consciousness.
yeah.
I've never heard that before. Double consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like afraid of being yourself and saying whatever you want. Like they said that they normally feel double consciousness when they're in the presence of white people. And I never even considered that until that moment. So that was insightful for me to be able to dive into that and have an understanding of what that meant.
That is code switching. It's emotional
Oh, okay.
and dialectical code switching is what we have to do. Being, there's me, my authentic self, and then there's me in front of white folk, and what I'm allowed to be in front of white folk, because and especially I'm a tall, I'm that 6'2" part of my name is real. Like I'm 6'2" and fluffy. So my entire life I've spent decreasing.
Mhm.
I have to be smaller because fat phobia is fucking real. I have to be shorter. I have to be less imposing. I have to be, I have to be less of a mark. So, having to be in that duality at all times, having to be in the space of being who I am and then who I need to be acceptable among white people, is a very real thing that any person of the global majority has to go through. But along the lines of that quote, when she said that to the lady in the documentary, the biggest part that in all communication, so when founder was talking about community building, I teach classes called that are community building. You can look up, there is a man by the name of Dr. M. Scott Peck, and Dr. Peck wrote a book that was actually, it was the second book in the bestsellers list for as long as it was, for over 28 years. It was called A Road Less Traveled. And A Road Less Traveled and A Different Drum are two books that are about community building. And what we do in community building, it's not what you all think just in terms of like building a community, like a faith community or a community of women or a community of like-minded. It's actually the experience of becoming in community with someone. It's the experience of community. It's the experience of extraordinary respect and extraordinary, it's called, his definition is authentic community, extraordinary respect, and I'm having a age brain fart. I'll think of it in a minute. But so it's unusual safety and extraordinary respect. That's it. Unusual safety and extraordinary respect. And we do that by going through the different stages. He looked at group dynamics and he studied them for umpteen years and found that every group goes through these same dynamics, which is they start out in pseudo community. So that's like, your mask and you're putting on a facade, and that's that code switching and doing what's safe and, like cocktail party talk. And, you see somebody and you ask, oh, how are you doing? And they're like, oh, I'm fine. But really they aren't. So that's pseudo. Then from pseudo, they go into chaos. And chaos is, where an elephant gets called out in the room, or you enter into chaos. Somebody says something and somebody tries to proselytize or correct. And then the group dynamic goes from chaos into what's called emptying or letting go, which is where some person eventually comes forward and shares of themselves in a way that breaks through those other two things. And it is traveling from that emptying or letting go is what gets you into true community, the fourth stage. And what's important about that is in pseudo and chaos, listening is an important thing. And if you ask, the vast majority of people think that they are good listeners. I know when I went back to school for psychology and for social work and psychology and therapy, there were classes that I took that told me, like, tilt your head and nod, and every, certain amount of seconds say, mm-hmm, or yes. And that is listening. If you're thinking of all those things, you aren't in fact authentically listening. You aren't present with the person. I call it like the double dutch. A lot of people listen and they're doing like when you want to jump into double dutch and you're waiting for the rope to hit right where you can jump in. And so you're thinking about the rhythm of the conversation and what you want to say and how you want to respond or react, not authentically holding space for how the person is speaking. And the two things that we do nowadays that we're actually socialized to do for listening is to pivot and make it about us. So like Lisa tells me something that's going on with her, and I say, because we've been taught like active listening is I should have what you're saying find audience. It's okay to like make mention, like when Farah was talking about the divorce, and I was like, I went through, 26 years of a marriage, 30 years together as well. But then I wanted to put it back on her and what her experience and to remember this about her, as opposed to taking it and making it about me. Or then the other thing is fixing. So in just basic conversation, I wanna fix you. Oh, is that crazy, you all? I just looked at my screen for the first time and I have 626. That's my birthday. Is June 26th. That's kind of funky. And thank you for the gifts, you all. I didn't even know. I usually say thank you. But and again, I got to get better at looking at my screen. But so there's the pivoting and making it about self, and then the fixing or proselytizing. And that's not in fact listening. And so one of the big things that's important on this deconstructing journey is not only listening, but listening from a place of emptiness, listening without an agenda, listening without a thought of how you want to lead the outcome to be. It helps in this more authentic part of the journey, but it can help you in your relationships. It can help you stay out of trouble, learning how to listen from a deeper place of emptiness versus listening through an agenda or listening through the colors of what you want the conversation to be or how it to go is really deep and powerful, and it can change how you show up in the world. And so we're actually, Founder and I are working on doing a full community building skills training. So like multiple sessions over weeks, like over some months. And it's a really amazing thing. Usually it's a program that we do for 3 days or 5 days straight that people do. So I will go around the country and a business will have us come in and they want to deal with their intact team and like some dynamics, group dynamics that are happening. So I'll go in and take them through a 3-day session, and it's 3 days. It's like 9 to 5. It's 3 full days, but we're breaking it up and we're doing it via Zoom. And so, you all are part of the organization. You too will get this. And this is a thing that I'm usually paid about $500 a day for this. And we're doing it I think it was like $10 or $20 or something, just to get the materials out to everybody and the book and everything. So we're trying to get it down to like $0, but it's about $10. And that is literally, like I said, just for the materials, because I have to get the licensing.
Right. That's amazing.
Yeah. So it's something that, so we're literally like Founder is that thoughtful about the approach of how to enable people and empower people at the same time on this journey. So it's it's amazing to be a part of, and it's very humbling to witness.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Like, those skill building classes are like invaluable. Like, they're so like priceless. I'm a federal employee, and a lot of what people consider DEI training is about that. Is about listening skills. It's about seeing other people, recognizing other cultures, other personality types, how they interact with, your personality type, like learning what, like yours. And so what people think of as, like when they think of a DEI training, they're thinking of all these different things in their head. But really it's self-improvement. It's self-improvement skills. I like just wish, I wish I could like just show people like the list, right? The list of things that we train on that is considered under the umbrella of DEI. And it's just self-improvement, self-help, like, stuff, skills that make you a better human being, skills that make you a better colleague and a better manager. Just, really, really good things that to make you better, to make you a good human being, and to make you a good community member, right? Family member, all the things. Um, they make you a better person in relationships, all different kinds of relationships. And it's just so funny that they've been able to warp it into something, that they want people to believe. Something that it makes people hate white people, or makes people hate men, or whatever they think that we're doing. It's just ridiculous. Hey, Stace.
I was just going to type whenever you're finished. I just wanted to let you know that I wanted to chime in something, but I don't want to interrupt your thought.
No, go ahead. Yeah, yeah. No, if guys, yeah. I love what I just wanted to say. I love those skill building courses and classes. And like I said, if you $10, $20, it's a steal. It's a steal. Because it makes you a better human being. But go ahead. And then I know Lucette had some questions or wanted to contribute to the conversation.
Thanks. So real quick, just it occurred to me, I've been telling a lot of the ladies here, Lisa and Farah and a few others that are in the chat, about a creator I came across in the last couple of weeks named Valerie. I don't know her last name, and I don't know if you all are familiar with her. But
Amazing. Yes.
I feel like the universe. I feel like the universe is conspiring again, like in our favor, at least in my favor, because I discovered her, and now we're having this panel, and now all of this is coming together. But in the interest of community building, I whenever discussions go in this direction and it's really fruitful and productive, I've been trying to mention her name and elevate other creators' names that are of the same mind, because this is building a bench, right? It's building a community, but it's also building a bench. So I'm working on my better listening, not active listening, and TikTok is very hard for folks with ADHD. I'm like, is she done? Okay, I'll just put my hand up in the chat. I don't want to, oh, nope, not yet. I'm gonna write it down. I want to listen to what she's saying, but I want to write it down, because if I don't, it'll be Tuesday till I remember what I wanted to say. So,
Peach's double Dutch analogy is like a
double.
whole thing.
I was like,
it's a vibe. Yep.
Yep. Like now, nope, not now. Wham! Got slapped in the face with the rope.
It hit me one day when someone was talking, and I was doing that same thing, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like when I used to do double Dutch, and I'd be like, when do I jump into the
I miss double Dutch so much.
With that good heavy wire rope too.
Oh yeah.
Yes. The one that welts you up. Oh,
yes.
So well.
Yes. Somebody come into the neighborhood visiting with that old jinky cotton lightweight thing. It was like this.
Yeah.
No. I was like,
the weight to it, the rhythm's totally off.
Oh my God, it's terrible.
Yes. But to your point, Valerie is amazing. She and I have paneled together before, and she is a wealth of information.
My God.
And she operates in complete accountability. for everything that she teaches and shares. So yeah, she is. I would tell everybody definitely follow her and do stuff with her. She's amazing.
I know the algorithm keeps us in our silos, but there are a few gems on this app, and she is definitely one of them. It's like when we found Danny, it was like, hey, this is different, right? I don't know where I found her, but when you popped up on the on the panel, I had already clicked you. Like I didn't have to click the button. I'm like, yeah, I found her somewhere, and I was like, yeah, there's a gem. I need to.
It was one other Elisa's other lives
Oh,
on politics, and we were talking then.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the one when we were talking about whether the country was ready to vote for a black woman.
Oh, I remember
That was
that.
our last panel discussion. That was epic. It was so
Yeah,
good.
that was the first night I met KRG,
KGR, yeah.
KTRC.
Yep, KGR. She said she was coming, so something must have came up. I love her.
I sent her an invite too. I sent one to Valerie too. I sent one to Valerie
Did you?
to
I think
KGR.
Stacey
I
did
sent
too.
one to the bougie liberal. Yeah, a bunch of folks.
Hi, Lucette. Welcome to the panel. Thank you for being so patient. What's on your mind?
Hey, how's everyone doing tonight?
Good, good. How are you?
Good. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make this super quick because I'm trying to put my kids to bed. But I was listening because my mom and I we kind of do tandem. We follow the same people, and this is how I know Farah. And I was over, like, as I'm making dinner, I was listening to kind of the conversation about Indigenous people and then Black spaces. And I kind of poked her brain about this as far as to, hey, what are you listening to? And she was telling me about you and your live. And I felt that there was a major relation with me doing the same thing because I am a white passing Indigenous woman. And then after hearing everything else that I just heard, I genuinely love the space. I'm following you. I don't think I've ever been on one of your lives. Maybe I came across like your content or one of your lives, and I just was like immediate follow because I felt like you were good people. So I love that because one, I do the same. I personally go into Black spaces and I make an effort to just listen and learn. I do not put my input or anything. I need to learn. I need to deconstruct. I need to just listen. Also, your bird is freaking cool.
Thank you. That's why he's on he's like our mascot, and he's like on all our logos and stuff. And FWPB, guys, is Friends with Political Benefits. That it's just shorthand. We just
What's his name? Her name?
That's Jonah. Yeah, that's Jonah. But our show is called Friends with Political Benefits. That's what the FWPB is. But that's Jonah. He's our mascot. He's on everything, and we have stickers. You can see Trisha, Tech Lady, put them in the chat. Little Jonah stickers and stuff. And there's one that says Jonah approves because he'll just yell at random moments, but they're like perfectly timed moments where it seems like he's just like, rubber stamping whatever we said. But yeah, he's great. He was a rescue and he's almost always with me on my person somewhere. So yeah, he became part of the show when we started going live over a year ago, right, Stace?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we started the progressive interview portion of the program. It was still cold out. Like I think it was like snow.
It was January. We interviewed Matt Gromlich for the first time in January, and we had been going live since about the April before that, just doing, headlines, talking about politics. Yeah, and before that, we were with T. But yeah, so Lucid, if this is your first time in the space, Stacy, right above you, is my partner and co-host. Yeah, she's my ride or die, and most of what we do here is we interview progressive candidates for office. But we also have panel discussions. And some nights we just do headlines, like whatever, in case you missed it, headlines, like different things that are going on, policy stuff. We focus on economics, right? And stuff like that, because I feel like if people can get a grip and understand how the economy works, they can, it keeps them from being tricked by racism and misogyny and all these things that that politicians use to keep us, you know, keep us down, keep
Fighting,
us divided,
yeah,
all the things.
yeah, fighting against each other.
Hmm.
I absolutely love that, and I personally, the biggest reason is it's a feminine space and it's a biracial feminine space, and that's what really drew my attention to your live, and I just wanted to hop on, put you on my radar and me and you, because in the future, I've already subscribed to your notifications. I'm so sorry. I wish I had more time.
It's
Kiddo
okay.
is like, she's got allergies. She's got to go to bed. But there's so much more that I want to say after hearing what I heard. And in the future, I would love to hop on your spaces. Are you typically on in the evenings?
In the evening, anywhere like 7:30, 8 o'clock. The next time we'll be on, I think, is Friday night, only because I have a work conference to go to earlier this week. We're doing interviews, I think, Friday and Saturday, but we usually go live a little bit before that and like just talk about the news, Democratic politics or Trump fuckery or whatever's going on in the world that we should be looking at.
Okay, perfect. Do you ever listen to Danny whenever she hops on?
That's
Danny,
where we
yeah,
all met.
where we all met through Danny.
Really? Oh my gosh, I just found another Daniken family.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Ah!
did.
Okay.
I was just going to tell you and mention to the chat when we finished up that Farrah symbol is Project for the People. That's Danny's project.
Oh yeah, that's how I was able to recognize. I was just like,
Yeah.
"Yay."
Oh, right. Yeah. Founder and Peaches, if you don't know about Project for the People, we will definitely fill you in.
I'm a huge Danny fan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out if it's a Danny I know or not.
Danny
Danny
Cook.
Cook. Danny Seventh. She's light skinned African American, short black, pixie hair.
Oh yes, okay, yes I do. I
It's
do.
Danny who you know, founder. Yep.
Hmm.
Yep.
That's always on Cosmo's panel, right, Peaches?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hmm.
my
Okay.
mom just said Lucid is my kid. Just me, 745 is my mother, and she's the one who got me hooked on to Danny. And
So
now
that's where
I'll
we
be
know
at
each
work.
other from. That's where I
Yeah.
think we know each other from.
Okay, I think so too. Because my mom, she's like, you got to listen to Danny. You got to listen to Danny. And then I got my ADHD won't allow me to, but finally I just like press play and I just let it play and I fell in love. And now that's kind of my life.
Yeah.
We're all just trying to make a huge difference. But I like the female spaces because I know Danny's spaces is just mostly politically speaking, and sometimes she doesn't want to divert from the conversation of what she's intending to speak about. But then we also have conversations like MMIW, the lynchings that has been going on, and I know she's focused on a one set, the elections, and we're not gonna diverge from that subject because this is the core issue. But sometimes I really do want to talk about the other situations, and I know that I can't do that on her live because she's just all about business, and I respect that.
Focused. Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to do more of these panel discussions because they're always so good, and I feel like so much good comes out of them. And Stacey and I talked about this before. It's just we ended up getting so many candidates, and then we ended up taking July off because we were like burned out because we were just like interviewing candidates back to back to back to back to
Burnt
back.
and crispy.
Yeah. Yeah, burnt and crispy, and work was working for all of us, like the entire team. So we took off July, and so we're back, and so we want to have a lot, like maybe have like once a month have a panel discussion like this. I love Founder and Peaches when they were talking about having like just like a woman's a women's discussion about the issues facing women just in general, because it brings us together. Yes, that's what I was just saying, Founder. Yes. So when did you say the next women's collective panel is going to be?
I may run an off cycle one because I usually do it Sunday nights, but my son's birthday's today and we're having a party tomorrow.
My son's birthday is today. See the universe.
Oh, I love that. um, so tomorrow I won't be available. So maybe I'll run one during the week. I'll keep you posted, but normally Sunday evenings.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Love it. Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll keep our eyes open for that. I'll make sure, we announce them on our panels. As you can see, we don't get like a ton of people in here. But we're small but growing, and I think it's just, the nature of what we do, right? People like more of these kind of discussions, and mostly what we do is to interview political candidates, which is, I guess, is kind of boring.
Not boring for
Yeah.
me.
It's not. I'm gonna need you to talk better. We've talked
Okay.
about this.
I know, but it's not boring for me either. But I feel like maybe it's just something, it's me and you nerd out over that kind of stuff, and everybody
Well, I
doesn't
mean,
know.
I think that we are on a path. I think we're on the path that we're
Mhm.
supposed to be on because it's so purposeful. It's so intentional, right? It's
Yeah,
not
that's true.
haphazard. It's not, like maggot in the box. No shade, right?
Mhm.
But we're trying to make a difference, and I think that's because we are descendants of Danny. We are living on purpose in these TikTok streets.
Yeah,
So,
that's true. That's true. She told that's when we first started this, because she told us to find something, that moves the needle and do it, right? Like that was the gist of it. Find something that moves the needle and just do it.
real talk.
Yeah, and so that's what we decided, that all right, we're going to do this. We're going to promote progressive candidates, right? That don't take all the lobbying money and stuff, that are beholden to the voters, and that understand that we're getting a train to the station on two rails. One is working class solidarity, and the other one is civil rights, voting rights, right? Social justice. We need both of these rails to get the train to the station. Yeah, and so that's what we do. We promote those kinds of candidates, and some of them have won, right? Not for nothing. Some of them have won. Yeah, we love what we do. We love what we do.
Yeah, we
And that's right,
do.
Peaches. We're small but mighty. We're small but mighty.
We're small for now. We are what would I elite. We're not
Yes.
small. We're an elite group of TikTokers.
Love the branding.
Yeah. We're going in the direction we're supposed to go, and it's all coming together. I see it. I
100%.
believe it. Go manifest it. So I'm gonna say one more thing. Since I'm gonna bring it back to white. I'm gonna bring it back to the white women thing. I didn't want to say it earlier because I was feeling very scattered because I was at work and couldn't focus, and I didn't want to seem like I was glazing Lisa. But Lisa said, and founder said, you got to find yourself. Peaches has a founder, and very kindly, Peaches said that Lisa has a Stacy. Stacy has a Lisa, and I have referenced that several times, but a lot of times I say it in terms of understanding politics because I'm so new to politics. And when she's trying to explain something, if it's kind of heady, I'm like, listen, not everybody has a Lisa that I can, that they can go to and say, help me understand and break this down. But the other portion of that is when I say, white women, be like Lisa. If you say you want to be an ally, you say you want to be anti-racist, and you say that you want to do the work, then you got to be like Elisa, who is not afraid to take the hits, right? I have been able to understand things about myself because I've been able to have conversations with Lisa at 54 that I've been trying to have with white people my whole life. They just never gave me the space to have them. So I just want to say that you aren't just holding, these things and putting these things together. You're trying to be a better person, but you really are making a difference in the world by when you say to Farah, I go into black spaces and sometimes I just listen, but part of being uncomfortable is just asking the question because your intention is right.
And if they get upset, then you know your intention was right, and you sit with that uncomfortableness and you learn from it and you move on. And that's what that's what Black people and other people of color need from white people, specifically white women. Just be willing to sit and be uncomfortable and just take the hit, because it's probably not about you, but you could serve such a greater purpose beyond yourself by just listening and believing. When they say believe Black women, it's becoming a little bit cliche. It's true, but it's becoming like a tagline. But seriously, just listen. I can't remember. I work amongst a sea of them, and I'm constantly navigating. And I'm like, I really want to say something, but I know they won't receive it. I know it'll be a problem. And I'm the Black girl. I'm going to get in trouble at work, and I can't say it. So I come home and I say it to Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
So
A lot of what I learned about the dynamics of what it's like to be a Black woman moving through the world is Stacey's stories about work. And because there's, like all these white women there constantly. And Stacey talking about getting into an argument with one, and everything that's going through her head is, don't raise your voice, keep your ass in his chair. Like stuff that it would never have crossed my mind if somebody was coming at me or if somebody was pissing me off, that I had to make sure I stayed in the chair and I had to make sure to keep my, my tone correct, or, correct my tone at a certain level, or not make sure I don't raise my voice or not come across as aggressive, not lean forward, or do anything that could be seen as aggressive. Like, it's like, those are the holy shit moments, right? Those are the fucking, you're like, what? Like, you have, like, just imagine having to be that fucking, like, on in your mind, where you're all different levels, like, you're all different levels. You're having to think about everything that you do, every movement that you make, not getting too close, keeping, like, just sitting in the chair, because Stacey is tall too. I always say she's a tall drink of water. She's absolutely stunning. She's tall too. And so she's like, yeah, keep your ass in his chair. Keep your tones, like, just flat. Don't raise your voice. Like, all these things. Could you imagine the effort it takes to have all that going in your head while you're trying to have an argument and defend yourself against somebody? That shit, it just takes you out. It's just like the thought of it. It's just like having to, but that's the reality of it. There's another experience that I had, and Danny and Stacey helped me through it, and that was right after Trump took office. And like I said, I'm a federal employee, and so when Doge started coming after us, and they were attacking us in public and calling us lazy, calling us, saying that we weren't really working, that we were working from home and going shopping, that we were, committing waste, fraud, and abuse on the system, that we were useless, that we weren't smart, like all the things, right? I fucking crashed out for 3 days, like crashed out. When I say crashed out, like I didn't know what to do. And then it hit me. I'm like, holy shit. I could not handle, with my white woman self, a thimbleful, a fucking fraction, 3 days, a thimbleful of what Black people experience walking through this world, with their government actively aggressive, right? And like a danger to them. And I crashed the fuck out, right? 3 days, thimbleful. And the realization just like hit me. I was like, holy fucking shit. And that's when I like dry my tears, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to take it as a learning experience and get the fuck up and start and do something that moves the needle and moves us away from this shit. and understand that I'm not special, right? I'm not, this is the world that we live in, and we need to change it. And it's awful that it took that, right, for me to understand it and be able to like fully understand it. But there you are. It's like the experience that we have, and the epiphanies that we have, and sharing that with each other, just being honest about it. Like I'm being honest with you guys right now. Was it embarrassing for me to explain that to people, to say it to Danny and to Stacy? Yes, founder. Yes.
But you
Yes.
had the courage to say it, Lisa, and that's what sets you a little bit apart. And all those who do have the courage, it's the
Yeah.
courage.
Yeah. Go ahead, founder. Say it out loud in case people didn't see it in the chat.
I was saying it's very similar to white women's reaction to Renee Good and Alex Preddy,
Mm-hmm.
as if other communities haven't been telling us for years, decades, maybe potentially centuries, that the state determines whose life has value and whose doesn't.
Yes.
But until it was someone that looked like us, we couldn't recognize it.
So we could put ourselves in her shoes, like we could see ourselves in her, right? We could see
Exactly.
ourselves in her. And that's the thing. My realization too, when that happened to me, when the Doge and everything was coming on, like it was a shock to my system, because it was one of those things where like I thought I understood. Like I thought I understood, right? I was an ally and all these things. And I thought I understood the plight of Black people. And I'm like, bitch, you didn't understand shit. Like that's my realization, right? Like you didn't understand. You can't, there's no way to, like, oh, you're smart, but you can't fucking intelligent yourself into somebody else's experience. Like there's no logic or amount of intelligence or amount of information that can help you understand somebody else's experience that you could never know in a million years. And then having that experience like made me realize that, right? Like you ain't smarting yourself into this. And it was yeah, I cried. Like when I realized the feeling, how bad it felt, how scared it felt, like how scary it was for me to understand that my government, which was always felt like it was supposed to protect me, and it always felt like it was protecting me, like it was safety to me, and like the authority of it was now being pointed at me, as though I was a villain, and now it was a threat to me. It just the realization of that a whole group of our community members, our family members, our friends, that this was a reality for them always. And it wasn't just situational. It wasn't just one administration. This is their entire life. Like it was, yeah, it fucking took my breath away, right? It took my breath away. And, I don't wish for anybody to feel like that, but I feel like it would be helpful if people did have to experience that in some way, in some fashion. And then I think that's what Renee Good and Alex Preddy did to a certain extent, right? It let people know, like, what, the government's not safe. Like, and this is what it feels like when the authorities are aimed at you, and you are the villain, and you are the threat, and you are the danger. It feels scary, right, white people? Don't this shit feel scary? Yeah, right, Kathy? This shit feels fucking scary. Could you imagine what it's like to send your children out into a world where the color of their skin, it makes them a target? Like,
Like the Black Walk.
yes, like the Black Walk,
I
right?
read the Black Walk to Lisa, and she ain't been right since.
Yeah, for real. I make her read it all the time to people.
She does make me read it.
Always making her read it to people, to white people, so that they can understand.
Anybody who in the chat who does not
Yes.
know what we're talking about, just Google A Black Walk. It is a poem written by a Black man, and it is It's really powerful. I feel like in deep down in the parts of yourself you don't want to talk about a part is my favorite movie reference line. Even the most jaded, well, maybe not those who have hoods, but a lot of folks who in polite society who are like, nah, it's not that bad. Well, I mean, just comply. I mean, you just come here legally. Even those people, if they've had any interaction with Black people, if they have a token Black friend or a token Black relative, when they read this poem, they're like, they may never say it to another soul, but it's like you just like kind of can't escape at least considering it. So if you've never read it, definitely Google A Black Walk.
It's very good. Peaches said, our skin color is a weapon.
Which is why colorism is a thing. Because light-skinned folks like us get away with more.
A black walk, just why. It's called a black walk. But yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you guys, you don't have to wait to speak. It's just.
I just wanted to add a thought onto that because I made a video about this when Alex Preddy was on the live.
I remember. Mm-hmm.
And
very good.
The thing that I find really interesting, and I think this goes back to patriarchy and understanding the conditional protection of white women under the system as long as we remain silent and complicit. Because I know that you saw, as I did, how many white people came out and said, well, she should have complied, or she should have done this, or she should have done that. And that goes back to patriarchy. So I just wanted to point that out because with Alex Preddy, there was a lot less to say. He was a white man. He was a registered 2A carrier. He was a nurse, a vet, all of these things. It required a perfect victim in order for the collective of white people to see it.
Victim. You just said a mouthful, girl.
That's what Rosa Parks was.
Victim. Oh my goodness.
Rosa Parks was a perfect victim. That's why they had to. That's what that guy Dale said to us in the live last night. Rosa Parks, you know that was like orchestrated, right? And I was like, I'm not even taking the bait. If it was orchestrated, why was that necessary? He stopped talking.
God,
right? Because Rosa Parks wasn't the first.
The level of their cope is crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Rosa wasn't the first, but the first was not a perfect victim.
Kathy said, things I said and how I raised her as a biracial child. I needed this 40 years ago. Oh, your child, Kathy? I didn't catch the beginning. Your daughter. Okay, your daughter. I've heard perfect victim and it made so much sense. Yeah, I've learned so much. Like, I didn't realize that Asian people were like, there's a term for it, like they're a good minority.
Model minority.
A model minority, yes. And it makes so much sense. I thought it was funny. Did you guys see there was like a joke meme, speaking of Asian people. It was like a joke meme. It was about, the intelligence of Americans. But it was, the things that are funny are true. And it was a picture of the like mathlete team or whatever. And it's like America beat China for the first time ever, and it was 4 Chinese kids that won, Chinese Americans. So it was fucking funny. It was fucking fun. It was funny. It was fucking funny. But it just reminded me of that. But model minority, right? Like white people use the fact that Asian people have progressed in this country, even though they are a minority, and even though we had Japanese internment camps and during World War II. But it's so funny that we have to take it all the way back to World War II, right? And an instance in World War II, to say, oh yeah, they were oppressed too, and they've overcome, but they were allowed to because they were a model minority, right? They were something that the system allowed to progress so that they could be pointed to, as, see, if you just work hard enough and do the right things and act a certain way and work within the system, right, you too can progress. And then there is a certain proximity to whiteness that Asians have, that also, and colorism, right, and all the things that allows them to benefit. Am I missing anything, guys?
No, it's very true, because if you think about it, there's only specific Asians that are the model minority, because if you think about it, the darker the Asian skin, the farther they are away from that. So you don't see the
So
same
true.
the same proximity for and same acceptance of Sri Lankan or Bangladeshi or certain darker skinned East Indians or Saudi. I mean, think of the Islamophobia that we have. So there is only a certain level of model minority Asians, and those are again the colorism aspect of even Asianness, and why you saw in Japan why the geisha wanted their skin as white as possible, and why,
Yes.
like, they're the things the nonsense runs deep. Is all I'm saying.
Yes, I found out about that recently. I think it was Erica Sunchild did like a whole live about it, about the colorism in some Asian cultures, with them bleaching their skin and doing all this stuff to look whiter. And Hi, Bougie. Hi. Yeah, I haven't seen you around, girl. Um, but yeah, I mean, then again, I've been working so much. I have not been in all the lives like I used to be. Um, but yeah, and she was like digging into the history of it. It was really interesting. I didn't realize that was a thing in Asian cultures, like in some Asian cultures. And Syra, in the documentary, was talking about her mom and her parents doing all they could to assimilate to whiteness, while her mom still had kept some things from her culture.
She wore her sari to work every day.
She wore her sari every day, every
Yeah.
single day to the hospital.
Yeah, even though everything she was doing was trying to, assimilate her family, and benefit from a proximity to whiteness, and wanting to be white, and wanting to associate themselves with whiteness. So yeah, it's all the different levels is like interesting. Go ahead,
Question
Cece.
for Peaches, because you spoke up about her mother's sorry. When I was watching that, I kind of took that possibly to be, I am never going to fit in, so I'm going to embrace my culture. But I want you to have a better opportunity than me. It's too late for me, is almost what I got from her mother. It's too late for me to assimilate. But my goal was to get you to a place where you didn't have to choose. I no longer have a choice. I'm going to wear my sari, and I'm going to wear it proudly, because I know I don't have a shot in hell of ever being accepted into polite white culture. But you still have an opportunity.
That might have been some of it. What I first thought of was, I never thought about that. I'll have to think about that, because what I thought of is the sari is a shield, because it's what they expect of her, it's what they know of her, it's what they've assigned her. And she was like, okay, I'll be the Indian doctor. Like, I'm that model minority, like I fit the stereotype of the Asian woman. And of course I'm a doctor, because that's very big in East Indian culture, are nurses and doctors. And I'll wear my sari and I'll play my role, I'll play my part. But I think definitely, to your point, wanting, that's why it was emphasized so much more on the generations thereafter. Very similar to when you see like Mexican families that immigrated here um, and or families that have come from even though again people it's part of the US, families who've come from Puerto Rico to the mainland, um, or Hawaiian, and people who come from Hawaii or different US holdings, and they come to the mainland, they assimilation is so much harder emphasized by the parents and grandparents, like do not speak Spanish. Like my sister-in-law, her family is Puerto Rican, and she gets mad all the time. She's yelling at her parents all the time, and she's like, why does Peaches speak more Spanish than me? Like, why does Peaches and the parrot speak more Spanish than I do? And it's because her parents did not want her to have that
Stigma.
yeah, that stigma. And
Sure.
so yeah, so I'd have to think about that, because I think, yeah, maybe she did think it was too late for her and the kids, that might
Well,
be an underlying precursory, but definitely I feel that her sorry was a so just full disclosure, you all. So I'm a very odd uh background, and my dad's dad was from Jamaica. My grandfather's from Jamaica. My dad's mother is from India. So no, I'm not related to Kamala Harris, but literally,
darn.
my grandmother
Baby.
was
Yeah.
my grandmother was from India, and my grandfather, this black Jamaican, he was very like our family on that side we can trace back to the Igbo, and he's very dark. He was very dark skinned, and of
Black.
course in India, the caste system and colorism in India is huge and thick. And my grandfather was an Episcopal priest. And so back in those days when they were training, they had to go through the Church of England. And of course, they had them go to study at different colonized places, India being the chief among them, the largest colonized, holding of the queen. And so they went to India, and it's actually a beautiful, I used to love to hear my grandfather tell this love story. It's a beautiful love story with him and my grandmother. Like he struck, as he put it, his eyes struck upon her. If you ever know anything about Asian men, or I mean Asian men, Jamaican men or African men, like they speak in poetry. Like it's
I
not like
shook upon her.
yes, my eyes struck upon her, and him say peaches and cream. You look just like your grandmom, and he would tell me his eyes struck upon her, and he was instantly smitten with her, and she him, and there was this big ball that they had to welcome the people from England there and these dignitaries, and her family was part of the royal family, so she was already prearranged for marriage. But she was like the third or fourth sister, so you have to go in order. And she did not like the man with whom she was arranged to be married, nor did her brother, her older brother, like the woman. And my grandfather and her, I guess, started dancing, and her father said that they couldn't dance anymore. They had danced like two different waltzes or something, and they were pulled away from one another. And somehow some of the priests and her brother arranged after it was like the third or fourth night, for them to escape under the cloak of night, to leave from where they were. And they ended up on a boat, and one of the priests married them on the boat. And then when they got back to England, they formalized it. But she was excommunicated from her family. Her name was stricken from record. Like she went through this whole thing, and it was just a really powerful love story. But the emphasis was so heavy when they would tell it about how dark skinned my grandfather was, and how it was just unacceptable. And but we ended up with a ton of family in Jamaica, because a ton of her family ended up, like that older brother and some other cousins ended up coming to Jamaica. So we have a bunch of family in Jamaica where they literally look like East Indians, but they are completely Jamaican, but that's why they call it the West Indies. But so just an odd on that side. And then my mom's side, my mom is a black woman. Both my parents are black, blackety black, but my mom is like a ginger, just like me. I got the ginger from my mom, and she has green eyes and freckles, and I have like freckles and moles, or what are my I love them. I think they're I love
Beauty marks. Beauty mark.
yeah, I think of them. So I used to tease my mom that if she didn't have freckles and moles, there, like I was like, you would have no melanin whatsoever. Like literally, it's freckles and moles that are your card to blackness. But but anyhow, so yeah, so just that odd difference, and how that colorism plays a part, and how that model minority has changed over the years in this country. You have to also think it was the model minorities of Chinese Americans and Japanese Americans that, because of what they went through in terms of the railroad and the gold rush with Chinese Americans and the internment camps with Japanese Americans, that they were given extreme reparations.
Yes, they were.
Koreans as well. And people are always like, how do all these Asian people, for instance, have beauty stores in specifically in the hood, and or nail shops for Vietnamese? Those literally, they are on the books as reparations. It's the same way that a lot of Punjabi and Sikh and Middle Easterners, part of the OPEC nations, have gas stations, tax free, and it's part of the reparatory process for from this country. But still us making money off of those reparations, hand over fist from them. But that's literally what makes them the model minority, is because they fell in line, they took those reparations, they went to areas where they wouldn't be welcomed in white areas, and they were like, oh no, we'll go over here. And they were given land, and they were given stores, and they were given forgivable loans. They were not even loans. I hate to call them that, but they were
When
given
was this? I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's just it's striking me that it's something my parents used to talk about. It's something like members of my family would talk about. And I always thought it was a stereotype, and they would say that Indians came over and Asians would come over and they were given stores and stuff. You're saying that's true?
Yeah, absolutely.
They were given reparations so that they could buy stores.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Bougie.
Hey, what's going on?
Dan.
Jilly Jam also joined the panel. We'll go in the order they joined. I'm sorry, Peaches, you were still going. I'm sorry.
He was.
You were trying to make a point.
He was, but wait, do we know Dan?
Yes.
Because it's a vibe up here.
Yeah, I know.
Dan's gonna tell jokes. Okay, Dan's gonna have us all laughing till we go to sleep.
Good.
I'll do my very best not to disappoint anybody.
Yeah, no, Dan's good people. So, yep, Jilly, if you meant to request up, what's on your mind?
I'm 56, white, New England, Rhode Island.
You're
voted
good.
for Harris.
You're good. We don't care about that. We love you all.
That being said, what I was thinking, and now I may be off, but I also thought the reason that Asians were almost preferred over the black community was also the physicality of it. Most Asian were smaller, like men were smaller, women are smaller, and I
Less
think
of a danger, you're saying, like
Yes,
less of a
yes,
physical,
yes,
like a physical dominance or a physical danger.
yes.
Never thought about that. That's a good point. It's a good point. Hey, Bougie, how you been?
Tired.
Yeah, I hear that, girl.
I hear you.
How are you? I just came over here. I saw you earlier, and I was like, you know what? Let me go see my girl Lisa. I ain't seen my boo in a while. All the things.
Yeah, missed you. I don't know if you I know that you have been doing a thing with the midterms coming up and everything. And so Stacy and I have really been interviewing Democrats, right? Interviewing these progressive candidates, trying to move the needle every way we can.
Go, ladies. Congratulations. Woo, woo.
Hey,
Well,
boo.
yeah, I'm
It's been
on. Yeah,
fun.
we,
It's been a
we had
ride.
we had a meet and greet today. Keisha Lance Bottom came to my home county. We had a dinner
Oh,
yesterday.
fucking love
Um,
her.
my mentor is the deputy campaign director, so I'm always doing stuff behind the scenes and caretaking and grieving and taking naps. Oh, come on now, really? Like why?
It's about to be Lisa After Dark up in here. It's
Okay,
fine.
I wasn't even trying to play that. It just
It's fine.
Hey, naps are elite. They deserve their own soundtrack. It was
right. And
perfect
so
timing.
yeah, I have not been I try to do pop-up guests when I'm doing some work, but it was like, dang, I'm like start unfollow people because I realize I don't catch my people. I be people want to argue. I'm not going in to argue people who do nothing. Do nothing,
I
but I'm
hear
proud
you.
of you ladies. Congratulations. Keep interviewing the
Thank you.
candidates. We need to get more people.
Yes.
Um, I'm always say this. I hope everybody's registered to at least, you know, do more than voting and everything online. There is a desperate need, everybody, for poll watchers and poll workers.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't think because everybody knows the process. We even got smart people spreading conspiracy theories and Elon Musk stole the election. That's not how the shit works.
I
And
already
I
signed
think
up to be a poll worker.
woo,
We get
yes,
in our area, we get a lot of
thank you.
volunteers. So they might not need me, but I always sign up to do it.
Oh, tell them you
Yeah.
want to be one because that's how the Republicans really got a lot on lockdown. Because poll workers, y'all, if y'all don't know, they're the people who actually count the votes.
Yeah.
And we do not want Republicans counting the votes because now they're easily
Right.
to they've been doing stuff, but y'all, it'll help because especially with women, it'll stop some of these conspiracies, even if they don't choose you. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Go. You're on the list. Go and watch. You are a watcher. Go to your political party, become a watcher. An observer too. Yeah, poll observer, poll watcher, worker. Just go. And the wonderful thing is after the polls are shut down after 7 p.m., it's public. You can see what they're doing and they don't tell most people that because I had someone the other day in the conspiracies, and trust me, the other side is allowing it to happen that, oh my God, and they lost the election in 2024 and Elon Musk and uploading. I'm like, there are not one ballots. There's not a poll that's connected to the internet. There's some states that don't even let you have a laptop, phone, modem, anything. But we don't know that because we don't participate. I'm so tired of be sitting around Republicans, even in blue areas. So Lisa, I'm proud of you. We need more of us. If you're a poll worker, y'all, they actually pay you. It ain't that much, but they'll pay you some money.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to because I'm a federal employee, so I'm not allowed to
Yeah.
take it. Yeah, but yeah, I
Yeah.
did it for the early voting.
Yes.
Because a lot of people they volunteer for the big show, right? But I did early voting because Stacy and I are actually going to be live from DC with
Yes, we
Facts
are.
Don't Matter. Yep,
Woo,
Steve.
woo.
are.
Yay.
Yeah, so
Yay,
we're going to
y'all.
be doing that on
Congratulations,
election night.
ladies.
Yeah,
Sing.
yep.
Congratulations. But yeah, I still, as tired as I am, y'all, to be a part of the process and knowing it's free, knowing you can show up, that's pressure. That's
Yeah.
saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna sit up here with y'all. What you doing? I'm gonna watch y'all. The public can literally sit in a voting pool. You could go to a precinct and sit there all day.
Yes.
Yes, you
You
can.
can sit there. You don't have to be a watch. You can sit there and just watch. What are you? I'm watching y'all.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I'm watching y'all, watching me, watching you. Listen.
Stacey, yeah. He looks at me and I look at
Sweet Caroline.
him. But
Listen.
yeah,
Listen. We're talking about election. We're talking about the midterms. I feel like I need to do a project for the people mod announcement. If you are not part of Project for the People, go search Danny Seventh. Her name is Danny Cook. She has reverse engineered the fuck out of Project 2025. And she has done the meticulous work of figuring out the counties in the country that are within a 10% margin of victory in the 2024 election. And she's done the county work. She's done the data work. She's broken it down to the bare motherfucking bones. And she shows you how close these races have been. I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm right outside of Philly. Go Birds. And we just won an election by 88 goddamn points. Right?
Yep. Flipped a
Bernard
seat that had
Taylor,
been red for 30 years.
30 motherfucking years. It's Friday. I'm drinking. So, in Florida,
It's Saturday, babe.
I mean, no, it was Friday night into Saturday.
Oh, I thought you said it's Friday. I'm drinking.
I mean, I went to work on Friday. Is it Saturday now? I mean, it was a long time. Anyway, in Florida, right?
It's Saturday/Sunday, but it don't matter.
Exactly. Saturday. So in Florida, Bernard Taylor lost by like 380 some votes. It comes down to, yes, your vote matters. And so get involved, get on board, because winning the midterms is a game changer for the good and the bad.
It is
It is
everything.
the only thing that matters.
Everything.
I say all the time, Lisa quotes me, in our lifetimes, it has never been this bad. We have never been this close to affecting real change. So vote like your life depends on it, because it does.
Not even just a slogan.
It really does. So I'm encouraging, there's 35 people in this room, not including, so me and Lee are 33. So just go to Dani, DANI 7th, Danny Cook, project, I think on the URL, if you go on the web, it's Making America.
Are we looking at thisisdanny.com/project-for-the-people, perhaps?
I mean,
yes, I think so. Yeah.
Maybe. No, her URL is makingamericatruly.great.com. And that will take you to Project for the People. You get a little introductory video or whatever, and then you get access to her Google Drive. Don't plagiarize her shit. Don't take her shit and put it somewhere else. This is her intellectual property. Don't do the thing. But she is giving you concrete data. She has put it into PDF format. She's made cut cards that you can give to people that say, did you know, with a baby, a picture of a baby in a diaper, like a Gerber ad on the front of this little card that says, did you know 70% of people who on SNAP benefits work in the United States of America? Did you know that this part of the country is set to lose this many hospitals by this date? Did you know? Are you aware of? These are facts based upon HR1, based upon the big barbaric bill that are going to go off. And she has taken the painstaking time and effort to collate this data and make it very digestible and usable for the everyday person who doesn't know dick about politics like me, to take this information and talk to the people in our circles of influence and impress upon them. It has never been this bad, but we have never been this close to affecting real change, but also close to losing it all. Close to losing it all. If we do not regain control of the House, we're fucked. If we do not regain control of the House and the Senate, we're super fucked. I don't give a good goddamn about Jill show up when I need something like Clout Stein.
Russian asset Jill Stein is her government name.
Yes.
I mean, sure.
100,000%. But yeah, just to clarify, so Making America Truly Great is her Substack. Dan actually had the URL. It is thisisdanny.com/project for the people.
Right, but if you go to makingamericatrulygreat.com, it takes you to the same place, and you can sign up for Project for the
You
People.
must have a couple different URLs then.
They both end up going to the same landing page.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, either one, guys. There you go.
Hey,
Either
I want
one
to
is
say
fine.
something because I gotta run. I gotta
Sure.
get up. I do want to say something. It's piggybacking on what Stacy says. I'm actually being emotional right now. I'm so excited that y'all are talking about this. I've been screaming since before the 99 to 2000s. I know some people have kind of got on me. You're like, oh, you're giving up, you're leaving. No, I've been doing this a long time. I'm tired. When
Mm-hmm.
it was easy, I was like, y'all know this shit is easy. I be sitting there just watching people having conversations. We have so much power. I just hated that it take to we didn't really pay attention as a collective.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been like the Hulk angry for 20 plus years. Hey, Fancy, be just angry for years. But I'm so glad we're getting off of this thing, participating. But what Stacy says, so I got a candidate for y'all. I'm from
I
Marjorie
got a
Taylor
pen.
Green District. So if y'all don't understand Marjorie, I told y'all last year, remember I told you Marjorie's not running again because white people are predictable. I need y'all to understand, Republicans are voting for Democrats. That's why
Yes.
Democrats are winning.
Yes.
And based on, you know, and I think we need going back. I love Danny, by the way, y'all. We got to believe black women in politics. I know sometimes we don't think about it, but even some of us are misogynistic. Black women can read. I need everybody to understand it. All don't care what color we can read. We know the patterns. We understand what's going on. And so what happened is this wave, the reds are voting for the blues. That's what's giving us the edge. So
Mm-hmm.
if Democrats come out,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to tip the scale. So Sean Harris is running in the 14th congressional district, which was Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat. So when she got up, there was a special election in March. She ran. It was Sean Harris. This is the second time Sean has run. He lost to Marjorie the first time he ran. Clay Miller. It was Clay. He won the primary for the Democratic primary. Then he had to run against Clay Miller. Clay Miller is our current representative, 14th congressional district. He is an idiot. Okay, he's former prosecutor, but Sean had the highest percentage of increase of any Democrat running for the House of Representatives in the country.
Was that
The
net change?
right 52 to 48%. And that was not galvanizing all the vote. And it's not people believing
Mm-hmm.
that they could win. What is going to be the tipping point where the Democrats don't want to admit it? And I keep telling the Democratic leadership, y'all gotta accept that the
They
majority
got
of
to
the
get their self together. I'm
Get
so
right.
your
frustrated
shit.
with
But
them.
because here's the problem, and I need to tell people right now, we can't wait on the Democrats because I say it to them, and it's not. I'm not. Don't be mad, but most Democrats are bigots. I'm like y'all are just as big. Black people know y'all just as bigoted on the right, left as we don't. We don't care about that. But if you cannot admit it, you can't win. So it's going to be up to us, the people, like Danny. When you know you got some friends that are rednecks, get them to call they meemaws and they
Yeah.
call Rays and Danny boys and tell them they better talk to them because Mimo about to lose her. I'm not. Y'all think I'm joking? I am in Rome, Georgia
No,
right now.
me and Stacy went on a full fledged thing
I
on this
I call
MAGA last night, and
right.
we were
I
joking.
call all my former clients. I
Yeah.
told one the other day, and this is, by the way, the campaign can't do what I'm about to say. The campaign of Democratic Party. It's going to be what you said, your centers of influence. I told my old client, her they're rednecks. She's a flaming Democrat, okay? But you would know if you talk to her. I said, I don't care what you got to say to your family. I don't tell them if you have to tell them they need to vote for that N-word girl Keisha so you can expand Medicaid. They'll understand what you're saying. If she was like, are you serious? I said, I don't give a damn. They talk like that anyway. You better tell
They
them
do.
because you just lost the hospital up there. She doesn't talk like that at all. She's like, oh, she knows my name. She said, I don't, mm.
But
I
wait,
said, well, just say girl,
Mhm.
that black girl Keisha. She
Mhm.
gonna get us our Medicaid back.
Yeah.
You have to talk to them in a way that they understand. They care about property and their individual pockets, and it doesn't matter. We have to call people we know in redneck areas. 48 to 52 to 48. And the Republicans are still losing shit in this area, and that number is going to be closer. We have to now talk to get people. If y'all have any rednecks, we got to find the redneck influencers to start talking to the rednecks. And I'm serious. I'm so serious
Do
because
they have redneck
they
influencers?
have a
They
lot of
do.
redneck Democrats.
yes,
They have a
They
lot of
do.
redneck Democrats.
Oh,
I
oh,
know. I
oh!
know one.
I know what you're saying.
on both
Okay.
sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they will talk to them, but they talk to them because they can talk like them, smell like them, sound like them. But you
Hmm.
talk about the points. That number is getting smaller.
I'll tell
If
you
you
what.
can win, we haven't had a Democrat in 25
We
years.
just did that in another state. Lisa, what state was that? That was Butler. That was my state.
That was Butler. Yep.
Yeah.
It
Yep.
was like 30 years it had
And
been
it's
red.
changing, and it's changing
It is
not because
changing.
they really Democrats and they ain't bigots. It's
No.
changing because Republicans vote for Democrats to get their shit back, and
Yep.
Democrats can't officially, this is where we have to help them, they can't talk like that because you violate all these titles and laws, but we the people can find some people to talk to the people. That's where we gonna have to really, y'all know what I'm saying. That's
No, I mean, and down in Texas, they said they're voting for Democrats because of data centers. Like they came
yeah.
right out and said it. Republicans, MAGA, they're like, yeah, we don't like the data centers, and they're like, you're going to cross the aisle. She's like, you're damn sure we
Damn
are.
We
straight
can't
we
we
are.
can't talk about this aspirational and kumbaya and come together. The rednecks don't give a shit about that. People on the right don't give a damn about anybody but themselves. So
And they're
now,
double wide. They don't
They're
right.
care.
they're voting selfishly incorrectly right
Yes.
Yeah.
now. All we
And
need to do
we,
is convince them how to vote selfishly. That's a very low bar. And if anyone wants the shortcut to this, this is why I
yeah,
tell
talk to,
my white friends, if you don't know what to do with politics, find a black woman near you. Ask her what to do, follow her directions exactly and precisely. Don't ask questions. Don't waste her time. But at the end of the day, you'll be correct. There's a reason they got things correct 92% of the time. You just voted to raise your own taxes on accident. So, like, you don't know how to interpret the world. That's fine. We're not asking you to participate, like, intellectually. Just vote so you don't have to eat out of a fucking garbage can.
I'm about to go, y'all. Appreciate. Look, I invited Dan. Dan's my friend who talks to the white people. Because
I love Dan.
but
Yeah,
listen, let me
Dan's
tell y'all why.
amazing.
I've been doing this for 30 years. I'm in political science. I taught sales. When I wanted to sell more insurance in the county, because I'm Floyd County, I hired a white boy to look like Dan. They would say the same thing. I was to get the same result. At the end of the day, we have to realize. I want to tell everybody, 90% of all white Democrats are just as bigoted. They do not
Yeah.
like people. They definitely don't. They don't care. They care about principles and planet. Neither one care about people. So we got to start talking the language that both of them understand.
Both of
And
them.
right now, we need to talk Republican to
Yep.
Republicans.
Yep.
We need to create fear mongering. Send some Dans, send some Carl Rays, some Brodies, Codys, Brocks,
Yep.
right? Whatever we got to do, because Democrats can't do it. I want y'all to know the official, and that's why I think that's why we think they're failing. But the fact is, we want them to follow rules. We got to be we have to be that secret weapon so they can stay above board. But we go when they can't go low. We can go to hell. We can do all of that. So I'm about to go to sleep because I got data I got to run
That's
on
okay.
tomorrow.
Darling.
But
Thank you,
Sean
God.
Harris, please,
Sean
he can
Harris.
flip Marjorie Taylor Green
You know
district.
what?
It's the
You know-
reddest district in Georgia. But baby, these rednecks pissed.
Hey,
I can't
we've
find
been
a Donald
doing it.
Trump sign nowhere. I can't find a Trump sign nowhere, y'all. Nowhere.
You know,
That's telling you
we've-
something.
a lot of the people we've been interviewing are people that are Democrats running in red districts. Matt Gromlich is running against Mike Johnson,
Mikey.
right down in Louisiana. We're like members of his campaign. I think one of his campaign managers just came in here, Jenny, a little bit ago. I don't know if she's still in here, but yeah, we just became like integrated to like kind of like part of his campaign. Like we're all in, and so a lot of the people we've been propping up and promoting is people that are in that Democrats running in red districts. We're trying to flip these seats. What you call it? I'm going to send you our booking link, Bougie, so that any candidates you come across, you send them the booking link, and they'll be able to put themselves on our schedule.
Oh my God. I got so many in Georgia. Y'all please.
Yes,
like
please.
y'all.
Yep.
I can't, there's certain things I can and cannot say. Y'all probably know why. I got
We get
some things, right?
But
But can I say a cuss word, please?
do it.
Yes. Yep.
Let it
Democrat,
fly.
what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yes.
The fuck you didn't want to have the damn convention in Georgia. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
With John Ossoff and Keisha Lance
Keisha
Bottoms,
Lance Bottoms
like,
and the majority of
bench.
black people
Yeah.
live in this, and majority of black people live in the fucking South.
Listen, I'm a black woman and I love black men, but John Ossoff, if he were not married.
John Ossoff is the boo, and John first high school girlfriend was black.
I'm just a standard issue straight white dude in America, and even I'm tempted with Ossoff.
I'm telling
Right,
you,
Ossoff
somebody
is-
said he
and-
walks like it's heavy, and ever
Okay.
since I
Exactly.
Hold on. So here's okay. So now I'm gonna. There's something. Okay. So I didn't
He
sign an
walks
NDA.
like it's heavy. I love that.
Yes, he
Okay.
walks like it's heavy, and ever since I'm like, yep, he does walk like it's heavy.
So so I'm gonna okay, again, there's some things I cannot say,
Let it
but
fly,
there's a
girl.
certain candidate that I work on their campaign, right?
Mhm.
And he's a member of the Little Hat group, but he's not a practicing Little Hat, and he walks like it's heavy. And what I need what I need y'all to do is we need to find some rednecks to talk to other rednecks so they can't be anti Little Hat people.
He walks
Did y'all
like
get what I
this
was
'cause
saying?
he's a bad ego.
So we need everybody focusing on the state of GA.
It's too
Because
big. It's too wide.
oh my
It's too
god,
strong. It's too tough. It's
I don't
too
want to. Stacy,
strong.
I got.
Too rough. I talk like this 'cause I can back it up.
Hey,
He just
hey.
went
So listen. Fun fact: the state of Georgia has the most black members of the state House of Representatives and the U.S. House of Representatives in one state. Okay,
Got a big ego.
we need y'all to give these people the money. She's still thinking about this heavy. Stacy,
Such a
leave my
big
senator alone.
ego.
It weighs on the mind.
You know it, Dan. I'm not with you. It's too early. But no, seriously, y'all. The Alabama has some.
Oh, we got Alabama all month.
Okay,
We just loaded up with Alabama candidates.
Georgia
Mhm.
could help flip the House of Representatives with Sean with because y'all know we down by 3.
We are?
The House of listen to take control. We're down by 3. And I also want to know, does anyone keep up with is there, and I know Danny does the data. Do we have any influencers that can help us with up-to-date personal news? Because y'all don't realize right now there's two Republican members of the House of Representatives that are terminally ill. So when
No,
we
I
do
didn't know that.
I do statisticians for everybody, probabilities, but mine are based on human behavior. That's why I do voting. But that means if they are terminal, like King was 3. King decided he came back, wasn't gonna be sick. I don't believe him. I don't believe he ain't sick
No.
because we haven't seen Bernie Mitchell. I mean Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, that dude is done. I
That
don't care what nobody says.
that man is unalive. And
Weekend at
but
Mitch's?
Yeah.
Mitch is Bernie. His name's Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we
He's
can't,
done.
we don't have proof of life, but we're 3 away, 2 terminal Republicans. Do y'all understand that? The House of Representatives is the most important thing. It is not the President of the United States. House of Representative controls the money and they can sentence you to jail. They control
Yeah.
the money and they can sentence you to jail.
Project
I don't think people
for
understand that.
the people.
I was just telling my aunt today that. Go ahead, Stace.
No, I'm just saying project for the people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Making America truly great.com. Project for the people, Danny 7th. Go there and do the goddamn thing because it's up to us. It's just up to us. Ain't nobody coming to save us.
Yeah, send me the link. I'm about to go take a nap.
will.
I have been campaigning and stuff and raising money. If y'all get a link for me for any particular people from Georgia, a girl named Keisha, a guy named John,
We love you.
homeboy named Sean. I'm just saying it'll be Bougie's link. Just y'all don't really know me. You'll probably be my real name, so I'll send you that. But if y'all just feel compelled to give or phone bank or write new, cards. If you're white, I can give you some white areas that I kind of cut data for today. They call it white,
You been cutting turf, girl. You been cutting turf.
my bestie cuts the turf, but I write the messaging because I know the area. So I do when they go out, they got to talk a little bit different here than talk there.
Exactly. You got a code switch.
I'm
right.
white.
Dan,
Come on, Dan.
No, but you ain't white. Dan, this is the difference. You're like Lisa. You happen to be white. Okay. I live out here with white. I live out here with crack ass crackers. Okay.
I grew up
Lisa.
my whole life. I was raised in Georgia.
Yeah, right, redneck Georgia. But
I can play Vanta White if I need to.
Okay, well, Vanta White, I'm gonna get you to do some. I'm gonna get you to come to the city of Rome. Rome is not like Floyd County in the area. Rome is blue.
Indeed.
a sea of red. But the Republicans here are rich Republicans. They're moderate Republicans. They've been around. It's a very unique area, which most rules are. That's my specialty, rural areas with blue cities. And you can talk to the whites. You can learn the area, and you can convince some of these people that vote. That's the Democratic Party. Y'all can't do that. Because what'll happen is they could get sued for, racial discrimination, targeting, whatever. It takes Democrats, the people, to say, you know what, okay, bet I realize you can't say that shit, but we can.
But we can.
Isn't that
So,
crazy?
so hit
They
me
can
up. I got some stuff.
gerrymander based on races, but we can't like campaign.
Keep game.
Yeah, yeah. The Democrats or people on campaigns, like my real name. That's why it's not on here. I can tell you what to do and say, but I can't do it officially because it does. We do not want the Democrats cheating. We don't want them breaking the law. We need to still have a republic. Just like but just hit me up. We'll talk about campaign finance. Like you can't, the Democrats can't pay people to go vote, right?
Exactly.
Even though Elon could.
No. There's a difference. Individuals can. Companies and organizations cannot. That's campaign finance law. I can say, everybody right now, y'all go vote for Bill Clinton, and then I'll give you free
Everybody
pizza.
vote. Everybody vote.
And I give you free
Everybody
pizza.
vote.
There's nothing in campaign finance law that says individuals can't have a fish fry and say everybody go vote, get your sticker, we go later. That's because that's what the other groups do when they vote as a family. We need to vote as a literal party, a shindig, a hold down, a cookout, a barbecue, right? A juke joint. And there's nothing in campaign finance law. But y'all didn't hear that from me.
Nope.
Because I'm not saying my real name, but I'm just saying, but I'm not just saying.
So you're saying that the white version is everyone's invited to the bake sale, and then we'll
right. And we just need you to bring back that little sticker and do the right thing, right? We can offer stimulus checks. You literally can almost bribe people to vote when you're an individual. You're not bringing campaign finance laws until you become a company, nonprofit, or a political organization, and that is the reason why Citizens United wanted to recognize companies and political action committees as people. Because
yes.
So since you are people, tell the folks you give them $20. Okay, tell the folks you give $5 to go vote.
Then.
Tell them
it's the opposite of Kanye. Be a businessman instead of a businessman.
Yeah. What?
Reverse
He
Kanye's
just
crazy.
spit some Jay-Z shit.
He did. Dan does that, but anyway. But I wanted y'all to hear me.
Hi, Dan. I'm Stacey.
So
I'm 54. I look 34.
She looks good. She out here gonna be famous in Hollywood, and so when you get your Academy Award, I want you, the first thing you say is, "Fuck
I
y'all."
like to thank my peeps on TikTok.
Hey,
but anyway,
I've just been trying to marry rich, so I'm with you.
I know, but listen, I gotta run. I love y'all.
Thank you for coming
love
on.
all my favorite people: Peaches, Founder, Stacy. I don't even know the other people. I love y'all, Farah. I think Jilly Jam, love you too. But y'all, we'll talk about this more. Send me the link, and I can send you my real information. But there's stuff that I really need us to start doing collectively because we are so close. And if we do these things we're talking about, they'll never be able to come back.
We have never been this close. We have never been this. It's never been this bad, but we have never been this close. Vote.
Yes.
Vote.
Bougie, I love you, and we need to connect because we're going to Mississippi next.
Ma'am, you told me he's gonna call me 2 weeks ago, and look, I should have called you back, but I've been grieving, crying, and working and taking naps. So I love you.
Yeah, we. I don't know.
Stacey, I'm sorry, Stacey, you didn't know. My mom died last month.
I'm so sorry.
And that's why I've been gone, and I'm caretaking my dad, who now has congestive heart failure, in the middle of 3 political campaigns and a partridge in a pear tree.
And a partridge in a goddamn pear tree. I'm so sorry, and I'm with you, and I'm elevating you. I lost both of my parents, and then I lost my godmother, and she was my touchstone. And I get you, and I got you.
Oh, girl, you know I love you too, because my godmother died in January, who's actually my mom's best friend and my cousin. So when I tell you,
my mom's best friend and my cousin.
Yes, so this shit is crazy, and this is why I know this shit has been fucked, but I will say the silver lining, it woke people the fuck up that people are more politically aware and increase their acumen. And I'm excited. Even the rednecks can know shit now. Be like, oh hell, now we know, and they're figuring it out. So y'all do the thing. Y'all, man, I still want to stay here, but I'm so tired. I'm so tired right
It's
now
okay.
because
Come
these are
back
my
tomorrow.
favorite.
We'll be back.
These are my favorite. Y'all, my favorite people to listen to, like Peaches and Founder. And I miss you, Lisa. Danby had me rolling in my DM. Dan make my day every day. Stacy, I saw your thing earlier. I was going to tell you congratulations on the role and the agent and the stuff.
Thank you.
But congratulations, y'all just keep doing what y'all doing. This is so needed. This is so needed.
We love you. Come
Love you
back
too.
any and every time.
Thank y'all. Drop me and I'm going to bed. See y'all later.
All right.
Love you, baby.
Love y'all too.
Love you, Bougie.
Dan, break it down.
Go, Dan.
All right.
Go, Dan, go. Go, Dan, go.
I guess what's on my mind? Well, I guess hi for those of you who don't know me. Hi, I'm Dan. I'm 36 from Atlanta, Georgia. I voted for Kamala Harris because I'm a democracy enthusiast. Google is free, and I know how to read. Also, didn't want to blow up the economy with isolationist tariffs just to fuck over brown and black people. I didn't want to normalize child rape. But now we're here. Woohoo. The midterms being everything is something that I completely agree with.
Yes.
But I wanted to try to figure out, there was a question that was burning. What was, how can Democrats maximally wield power if we have 51 senators and if we have Congress? And I did a lot of ChatGPT research and say verifying things into trying to figure out constitutionally, if we got real creative, what could we do? And what I put together is in the link in my bio. It's a fun read, if nothing else. It would be up y'all's alley.
Don't come in here, Dan, with some bullshit. We're on a high and we're trying to ride that. Okay?
The questionable thing is if Democrats would do it.
When what?
Essentially, it's super, super high level. I'm not going to go through all of it. It's a convenient 24-step process, but it would involve essentially through Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, ruling 24 Republican senators as disqualified or essentially unlawful. It wouldn't be.
Whoa. Hold up, Dan.
Mhm.
Love you, boo. So you don't believe we can win back Congress? I mean, we don't think we can.
No, I think
No,
we can.
he said
Senate?
after we win. He's like, this is what we can do after we win. He's got a
But
plan
if
for
we
it.
win handily enough, it won't be as precarious afterwards, right?
Yes, but my end goal with this is ending up with a stacked Supreme Court, a Democratic president, and both sides of Congress, while passing monumental reform legislation and doing all of this essentially by Q1 of next year.
I'm with you.
Because I don't think we have until 2028 to avoid fourth
Damn
strike.
sure don't.
So I think things are either going to get a lot better or a lot worse shortly after midterms.
Correct.
And we need to win midterms enough to be able to give the Democratic politicians the ability to do some constitutionally creative things. And it's not even, I don't think it's even anywhere near as egregious as anything that Trump and his administration have done in any trailing 30-day period. It just feels weird because it's Democrats doing something new.
So what's the plan?
So Dan, sorry, Steve. I just had a thought that he would actually work really well with Lance and Devin. He would fit in really well with them, and the two of them have been just working on full time on a plan. Devin says to have us be able to undo the last 60 years of fuckery from Reagan on in between 12 to 20 years, right? So what you're talking about would work in perfectly with what they're doing, and they created this app where you can put any politician's name, any candidate's name in there, and you can get like full reports on whether their votes match their, their promises when they were running. What money they're getting, where it's coming from, comparing candidates, like all these different like searches, and it uses an AI like thingy that they use, like terminology. Anyway, use the AI thingy that is not only looking at the current internet, but also the Wayback Machine, because they what they said is the government, well, the Trump administration, Republicans are trying to game AI. So they know that AI looks for primary sources for when somebody asks a question. So they are trying to remove any primary sources that contradicts their agenda or their ideology. That's why they're removing all the stuff from the government websites that have to do with, social
Yeah, they're
justice.
scrubbing stuff.
Yes, they're scrubbing the internet.
That's
Yeah.
hugely like consequential.
Yes, it's
'Cause,
hugely consequential. Yeah,
for me, the way I use AI is like it's the world's greatest search engine,
it is. And
and you can
I do
test you
too.
can test rhetoric like and approaches to things off of that. And if they're somehow able to remove like
The primary sources that you use.
AI's
Yeah.
primary, yes, that would be bad.
Oh, did you see the latest report, the AI report that they just released like last week? It's called "Winning the Race,"
Yep.
and
Oh,
it's
I didn't.
they're trying to their plan is to teach AI not to see black and brown people and only to see white people, and to see white people as the default. So literally, they're trying to program AI with their own white supremacist like ideology and system.
Yep.
Because they have to correct for the reality of white people being dangerous.
Yes.
I'm sure y'all saw the I'm alone with a white person, what do I do? Versus I'm alone with a black person, what do I do?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a reason why it says
Dan.
why there's the difference there.
Dan.
Mhm.
Are you in love with a black person? I mean, it's okay if you are. I get it. It's fine.
I'll get you on the back end.
Okay. Yeah, holla at your girl. Okay.
Yeah. So
Can you-
I would
big
love to
screen me
put
real
you in
quick?
touch. Yep. Go ahead. What?
Could you big screen me real quick?
Big screen. Yes, of course.
Yes.
So I would love to put you in touch with our friends Lance and Devin, so that you guys can meeting of the minds and everything.
So text is small, but to actually get to
I'm going to screenshot it.
well, I can do you one better. Let's 1 second.
Yeah, it should be a little bit bigger, maybe.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Just go to the link that's in my bio.
All right.
Fun fact, I use Obsidian for $8 a month. I can publish my notes to the public. I don't update it super often, but I've got some decent information in there. And this is by far the most consequential one, I think.
Sorry.
I got it.
and y'all will enjoy the read there. I'll buy you a steak if you don't. So we'll get your money back.
Well, thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. All right, guys, I'm gonna wrap up. It's 1 a.m, but I appreciate you guys so much.
It is not 1 a.m.
Oh, so
It
you're
is
on the
1
East
in the
Coast
morning.
too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I still gotta go feed Jonah and get in bed myself.
Jonah is pissed, just so you know.
Oh, he is. Oh, he's beyond pissed.
Oh,
Hey, Jonah.
You might want to cover your neck, sis. I'm just saying.
Oh, and real quick, I don't post often, but when I do, it is some of the funniest white-on-white violent crime you will see on TikTok.
Excellent.
There's some good stuff in there.
Excellent.
All right.
And All right, guys. Love you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Peaches and Founder, for being here tonight.
Tonight was amazing. Thank you so much for
Absolutely.
everyone that participated, either
I
in the
just
chat
wanted to
or
say
on.
I do know who Danny is, so that's how I found all you two.
Come on,
That's
y'all.
awesome, Jilly. Thank you. And thank you for always being here and supporting. We appreciate you so
Thank
much.
you, Jilly. You were always here, and we so appreciate you.
Thank you.
All
Have a
right,
good night.
guys.
Thank you
Good
for
night.
having me.
Guys,
Good
Dan,
night.
come back anytime. Founder, Peaches, please come back anytime, and we'll be in
Thank you.
touch
I
because we
will.
want to come to the thing, the women's thing. Can't wait for that. I can't remember what it's called, but
I know.
I can't
Love
wait.
you.
Love you guys. Thank
Have a
you.
great
Bye.
night.